Hey dreamers, welcome to this safe haven for restful sleep, where we create your sleep stories together. I'm Dan Jones, and tonight's bedtime story weaved from your ideas has you walking through a bamboo forest before discovering a bracelet which sends you on a journey of discovery through the sands of time. So I invite you to join me on this calming journey into Slumberland. And if you haven't already and you feel more comfortable doing so, as we begin to relax, you can close your eyes, settle down comfortably, put aside any worries from the day, and lazily exhale. And have a sense of gazing at the evening sky, perhaps 40 minutes after the sunset. Noticing the landscape around you bathed in shadows. The glint of golden light peeking from a point just over the horizon. The shades of blue darkening in the sky. And perhaps for a moment you can notice a rare sight. When the light from behind the horizon refracts in the atmosphere to create a moment of indigo. And perhaps you can imagine that indigo light carrying with it the magic of sleep as it travels into your eyes and begins to wash over and through you. Bringing peace and calm to your body and mind with each breath that you take. As I softly count down from 10 to 1, before we relax into the story. And I'm sure that you have a good reason for wanting to have a good night's sleep. And you've probably had times in the past where having a good night's sleep would have helped. 10. And your mind can find its own way to relax in the magic of sleep. 9. And as your mind relaxes, so too can your body. Perhaps letting relaxation happen from the head down or the feet up. Whatever feels more natural for you. 8. And while listening to this, it's okay to let that deeper part of yourself take over, the automatic process of falling asleep. 7. And while it does, you can say to yourself, when I settle down to sleep, I'll ignore distractions and I'll have a healthy night's sleep. 6. Saying again to yourself, when I settle down to sleep, I'll ignore distractions and I'll have a healthy night's sleep. 5 deeper and deeper relaxed asleep. And when listening to this story, you don't have to do anything. You can listen along for a while or just drift straight to sleep. Whatever's most comfortable for you. Four. And as the process of sleep is an unconscious one, you can't consciously make yourself sleep. It's something you have to just let go of and allow to happen all by itself. Three. And sleep begins by closing the eyes and becoming very still and relaxed. 2. And gradually you can experience a gentle shift in consciousness as your brain slows down and you start to instinctively and automatically fall deeper and deeper asleep, just like toppling the first domino, and the rest takes care of itself. 1. Now, as this bedtime story begins, over the next few minutes you can listen to as much or as little of the story as you like, as you drift asleep whenever feels right for you. And a mist permeates through the undergrowth within a bamboo forest. And as the bamboo gently sways and the mist undulates peacefully, so you find yourself walking and weaving through the silence. And as you walk and weave through the silence, leaning against bamboo as you go, hearing it creak under your arms or under your back, or as a hand pushes it aside. So maybe you notice each step that you take, the sensation of your foot on the ground, and then the next foot and the next foot. And that mist hangs so low and dense, almost like walking through water on a seashore, like walking through the white horses breaking around your ankles. And as you look around, and the moon shines into this bamboo forest, so the surface of the mist almost glows and illuminates, standing out white against the background. And looking around you, it almost looks like you're walking on top of clouds, with the bamboo poking up through those clouds high in the sky. And while walking under this moonlight, aware of the silence, just the occasional creaking of the bamboo, a slight rustling, and the sound of each footstep. So you notice, while walking through this space, that suddenly each footstep that you take seems to give off a pulse of light, and that light seems to pulse out in a direction and with a certain pattern or order to it, pulsing away from your feet with each footstep in a straight line before you. And you notice as you walk that pulsing light, with its regular rhythm and that pattern, seems somehow familiar to you, and you're unsure exactly why that seems familiar at first. But as you look down towards your feet and you watch the light within the mist pulsing off from your feet with each step, you suddenly recognize that the pulsing light, that pattern, is Morse code. And you recall learning about Morse code a long time ago. And so you go searching the library of your mind, scouring the different recesses, following wisps of connections to try and find what this Morse code means. And you notice each step is making the same pattern. And you start almost humming or beating out that pattern with your mouth, trying to memorize it in case it stops. And then you understand what some of it means. It seems to be spelling out a short sentence. And the sentence doesn't really seem to make any sense, and so you're unsure whether you're correct about your interpretation. Because what you think it says, what you think is pulsing from your feet, is scarab beetles don't like goats in coats. But you know that just sounds like such a ridiculous sentence that you must have made a mistake. But at the same time, you're curious at how you could make a mistake and still have a full sentence of words. And you watch that Morse code beating out from your feet And again, you work out what it's saying, and each time you get the same answer. As your feet keep pushing through that mist, and off in the distance you notice faint glow of a campfire. And before you can even hear the crackling, you start to head towards that campfire. And as you near that campfire, you see that there's somebody sat down by the fire. There's a slight clearing, and the warmth of the fire seems to be pushing back the mist in this area, thinning out that mist around the fire and the clearing. And as you reach that clearing, a wise old man who's sitting by the fire invites you to take a seat, gesturing to the other side of the fire. And you sit down the other side, feeling the warmth of the fire on your cheeks, putting your hands out slightly in front of you, allowing the warmth to soak gently into those hands and spread that healing warmth and relaxation into your body and down to the tips of your toes. And from time to time, this wise old man reaches forward and he stirs a concoction he's cooking above the fire. And you're unsure exactly what this concoction is, whether it's a soup or something else to eat or drink. But it has a sweet, delicate scent to it. And with a ladle, the old man scoops some of that into a bowl, and then gets another bowl and scoops some more into that bowl for you, and offers it to you. And you accept it, but are unsure what it is and whether you're going to actually consume it. And as you look into the bowl, so you can notice the way the liquid in the bowl is shimmering and sparkling, almost like it's infused with the colours of the rainbow, pulsing and moving, almost as if it's alive with energy. As the convection within the liquid churns and moves the contents of that bowl, and in such a friendly voice, the old man turns to you and says that it's perfectly safe to consume. In fact, you might quite like it. And then puts a slight wry smile on his face as he enjoys some from his bowl with a spoon. His cheeks going gently flushed, his face looking younger, more relaxed, noticing a wave of relaxation spreading down his body. His hair seeming slightly younger than it did before. As if somehow that liquid had some kind of healing properties. From walking all day until very late at night, you feel that perhaps you should drink some of this. You've got some aches and pains from all your walking, and so you put the spoon into the liquid, and it's ever so slightly thicker than you expected, and that sweet smell only becomes sweeter and more enticing the closer it gets to your mouth. As it wafts gently, tickling your nostrils. And you have a sip from the spoon, and almost in an instant you can feel the way that liquid caresses the inside of your mouth, dances on your tongue, tickles your cheeks, and slides down your throat. And a certain warmth and numbness sets in around the inside of your mouth, your jaw, as deep comfort begins to spread with an in-breath, filling your body, almost like that comfort is breathed in and consumed with the liquid, as any tension or stress seems to fade and be breathed out. And as you get on to the second spoon, and then the third spoonful, so that only increases the comfort within you, almost like a certain stillness is setting into you, a stillness of mind, a stillness of body, a clarity you perhaps haven't experienced before, a deep sense of peace and calm. And you work your way through that bowl of food or liquid, perhaps a soup for want of a better description. And once you've had that soup, you relax back for a while, just enjoying the night sky, enjoying the distant rustling and creaking sound from that bamboo forest, enjoying the occasional shooting star overhead, and that deep relaxation you begin to experience more fully within you. And And you realize you still don't know the name of this person, who they are. They are as relaxed as you. And so you ask them who they are. They say that their name is Cogsworth. That they're out here on a journey of discovery. And you ask what they're here to discover, and they say they don't know. Their journey of discovery. They only know what it is at the point that they've made the discovery. They don't know what they're seeking until they've found it. But the journey is the important part, because the journey ends with the discovery. And then they have to think about a new journey to go on. And so they just enjoy the journey and relax into it. And you ask about this soup they made. And they say that in these parts, growing in this bamboo forest, are some funny mushrooms, speckled with little dots of colour that shimmer under the moonlight. And those mushrooms help to guide you onto the most incredible trip in your mind. And it takes a little while for that to work through your system. But once it does, it helps you to see the world clearer, to see connections within the world that you otherwise overlook. To hear the thoughts of all the animals, the plants, not thoughts of dialogue, but thoughts of being, of existence, those deeper thoughts that don't have a voice or a language, that are often indescribable, that you just intuitively know. Like when you have that friend who is going through a very difficult time and they can't find the words to describe the difficult time they're going through. And you don't know the words for the difficult time that they are going through. But you perhaps put an arm around them, and in a reassuring way, you know what they're going through, and they know you know what they're going through. And you both know that neither of you could put words to the experience. All you could do is just be, and just being present and supportive. And so it's connecting on that level, but with all things, where you notice that between you and a tree, there's not just empty space. It's not like reality exists outside of your skin and then you exist inside your skin. You're not walking through reality. You are reality. You are just information moving and changing, like a wave through the ocean. A wave can leave one place and arrive 100 miles away. Someone can watch that wave make the complete journey. But the wave that arrives on the shore 100 miles away isn't the same wave that was present at the beginning. The water, all of the particles that were present at the beginning, are still there at the beginning. The water and the particles that are present at the end were never present at the beginning, but you watch the wave move from one point to another. And so it's the same with you. That deep connection and understanding of reality. That you're not separate from it. You are it. You just develop certain ways of processing and viewing the world that make you convince yourself that you're somehow separate. And yet, this soup can help to open the curtains on that illusion, revealing the fundamental nature of the reality. And you find yourself absorbed in Cogsworth's words, wrapped up in those words, curious and fascinated by the words. And as you find your mind drifting with those words, so you have that Morse code in mind, and you start to hear the Morse code, like the sound of gently tinkling bells, jingling in your mind. As you also find yourself feeling more relaxed and drifting peacefully asleep by that campfire, relaxing down and drifting asleep, enjoying the cool air on your cheeks and the warmth of the fire as it burns down to embers, to the most gentle glow. And the next morning, you awaken and find you're alone by the fire. Cogsworth has moved on, perhaps travelled off, continuing his journey of discovery, as you'll be continuing yours. And you see, next to the fire, is a flask and a note. And the note says that there's some soup in that flask. And it's the soup you drank last night. Only this is even more concentrated. And it may help you on the journey that you're on. And you stand up You stretch in the morning air, listening to the morning sounds of nature around you. As you start to walk from the clearing back into that bamboo forest, continuing your journey as the sun continues to rise, the most beautiful golden yellow light permeates through the bamboo around you, giving everything a slightly green hue as it shines onto the bamboo. And all day long, you walk through this forest until eventually you find your way to a path, and you follow that path out of the forest and down through some undulating hills, the most beautiful meadows, with the sky looking so calming overhead. The grass seeming to move in waves with the breeze. Butterflies darting softly from flower to flower. As you continue walking, and you can see in the distance some tents that you're heading towards, and they're large white tents. And you continue heading towards those tents through these undulating meadows. You find yourself approaching those tents, and as you do, so you can hear the clinking of a hammer and chisel and other gentle working sounds of an archeological dig. And you arrive at this archeological dig. You introduce yourself. You get shown to the person in charge, who's excited to greet you and begin to tell you what they've been finding so far. And they tell you that this location seems like it was covered incredibly quickly, that there's evidence that a tsunami had passed over this space, burying everything. And so a lot of stuff had been churned up and damaged. But they're also finding things that were in boxes, that were in concrete style alcoves, that have managed to survive damage. And you take a look around the site, and you see trays of things that have been found, many very small items, with little bits of paper saying what's in all the different sections of those trays. And they take you over to a larger box. They open the lid of the box and they show you an elephant's tusk. And they say that this tusk doesn't seem like it came from a living elephant. It seems like it was given as a gift thousands of years ago, and someone cherished it and brought it to this location. And you take a very close look at that tusk, and you see that on the tusk are some small notches, some delicate scratches. And you realize that the scratches seem to be some kind of language, some kind of pattern. And somehow you instinctively think you know what it means. You still have the residuals of the soup that you'd eaten within you, and you realize that it seems to be creating a connection that allows you to understand those scraped notches. And you look closely from all angles at that tusk. And the tusk looks hollow, but you recognize that it looks flat deep inside the tusk. And so something is obviously in there. And you delicately pry that out from within the tusk. And what you pry out is like a small wooden box, a bit like a cork box, a very soft wood to that box. And within that box is a copper bracelet. And this copper bracelet must be thousands of years old, based on the age of the tusk. And you closely examine that copper bracelet. And you don't really understand where it's from, why it's in a tusk, and what significance it had to whoever put it there. And you sit in a tent, just looking at that bracelet, admiring the metal work. Really examining that bracelet. You unclip the catch, you look at the back, you clip the catch back up. There seems nothing particularly special about the bracelet other than the fact that it seems very old and it was found in an unusual location. And you place the bracelet around your wrist, in your mind thinking, I wonder what people back then looked like wearing the jewellery they had back then. What did it look like on? And you have your sleeve rolled up. You place that bracelet on, you look down at your arm and your hand with the bracelet around your wrist. And as you do, so you start to be aware that something's shifting for you, that the landscape seems to be fading and changing. The tent seems to fade in an undulating kind of fashion, as if it's waving itself out of your existence. And you find that around you, the landscape looks very different. The undulating meadows are no longer so undulating, and they seem lower down. And you can see a coastline not that far away. And you can see some circular huts, people milling around, doing different tasks. Some people looking like they've got some basic farms on the go. People riding horses past this small settlement. And you turn around as you look around you, taking it all in, noticing that everything around you has changed. As you turn full circle, facing back the way you started, there's just you with your backpack, dressed in what to anyone here would look very bizarre clothing, with that bracelet on your wrist. As you walk towards the settlement. And while walking towards the settlement, you wonder whether this is what the place looked like before the tsunami. And if so, how long before? And you head down to that settlement, and someone greets you in a very friendly way, having noticed the bracelet on your wrist. And you realize you can somehow understand them. And as you respond to their greeting, they can understand you. And you notice that wearing that bracelet identified you as someone who's a friend or who they must know in some way. And they show you through this settlement, and you say that you're from another land. There's someone you once knew a long time ago, and that's where you got the bracelet. And they walk you through this settlement, and they introduce you to the elder. And the elder says that they've been having visions of a certain type of future that they don't want to share with the rest of the settlement. But they do need to plan what to do. And you express how you know about the giant wave that hits this land. And they interpret it as you being able to see the future like they can. And their plan is to get everyone away. before that wave hits, that they don't know exactly when it'll happen, but in their vision, the settlement looked very different, so they know that it isn't for quite some time. And so just in case it's a long way off, they're going to record their visions for future generations. And you notice that at this time, they weren't tracking time the way people in the modern day perhaps do. And so it's very difficult for them to be able to judge deeper time, very long periods of time, beyond lifespans. And you notice that this elder is drinking some of that soup. And you show that you have some of that soup too. And so the elder offers to share some of their soup with you. And they say that they found a way of making it even more effective. They go to a basket with some cut violets. They tear off some of the violets. And then with a pestle and mortar, they crush that down and turn it almost into a paste. They add that to their concoction, mixing it with the mushrooms. They then ask you to put your arm out, and so you do. And they remove the copper bracelet for a moment. They gently dunk that copper bracelet into the liquid just a couple of times before wiping the bracelet and handing it back. And something strange in the moments when they took that copper bracelet, I think you noticed almost like a glitch around you. Things temporarily glitching and phasing, but returning to normal once you put that bracelet back on. And they explain that the copper in the bracelet, just a dash of the copper touching that liquid, is enough to make that liquid even more potent. And you know that they don't know about particles, but you have this sense that perhaps that's what they're talking about. That a very small amount of the copper dissolves with that liquid, and they stir that up, and they leave it boiling while they talk to you, as it gently simmers, and from time to time they give it a little stir. They say if you have the patience to let it simmer right down, so that it's almost like a paste, then it's even more potent, even more effective at allowing you to connect with the world, to see reality as it truly is, including seeing the past, present and future all rolled into one. And there's many things they say they've seen that they just don't understand and can't even comprehend. And that to them this is all a learning experience. That they have to learn to comprehend things unknown. They talk of seeing things flying in the sky made of metal, shimmering and shining high overhead. But they have no concept of how that could be possible. And they've seen so many things they just can't explain. But they write these down the best way they can, trying to explain them with the knowledge they have and the knowledge those around them might understand, or at least glimpse at what it is they've seen. And after some time, that soup is almost a paste, and they serve up some for you and some for themselves. And as you eat some of that soup, so you feel that warmth again, that healing sensation through your mind and body. Your mouth going gently numb, your cheeks going warm and comfortable, your body relaxing deeply. And you find yourself drifting into a vision of a time previously unseen. You find that your eyes want to close. And so you let them, and as they do, while you rest so relaxed there, you get a sense that your body is comfortably cool. And as you open your eyes, you find yourself in an ice cave. And in this ice cave, you're greeted by the most friendly rat in a hat. Who taps on your head with a paw going rat-a-tat-tat, and then takes the hat off and bows down and introduces themselves and asks where you came from and how you came to be in their home. And you're more curious about the fact the rat lives in an ice cave than you are about the fact that they're talking and wearing a hat. And you hadn't even paid attention to the suit jacket they were wearing, or the polished black shoes that didn't seem suitable for walking around on ice. And they said that in this land, this isn't unusual. And they show you out of the ice cave, and you find that here there are many ice caves, but between each ice cave is open meadow. And they say that it's just an ability they have here to be able to manipulate the elements when they want somewhere to stay. They have the ability to manipulate moisture, so the moisture in the air coalesces and turns to ice, and in their mind's eye they have a sense of the shape they want it to be, and it turns into a house. And so they form these ice caves, and the rat turns one poor palm up and thinks about a hammer. And while thinking about a hammer, an ice hammer forms in the palm of their paw, and they hand that to you to prove a point that here mammals have the power over the moisture in the air. They can turn it to ice or snow, whatever it is they want, they can form with it. And you say that you're unsure why you found yourself here. But here is where you found yourself. You explain that you were just sitting down, eating some soup. And the rat says perhaps you should take a look around and see if you can figure out the meaning of why you would be here. And they recommended that to travel around faster, perhaps you should ride on one of the horses. And they call over one of the horses, who responds with a yawn and the most British accent you've ever heard. So British it almost seems put on. And as the horse trots over, so its hooves seem to be playing music with each step. The most relaxing tune, with a rhythm and a beat to match the strides. And the horse comes over, and the rat says, "Will you give my new friend a ride?" They're here in the middle of somewhere, but they don't know where here is. And the horse says, "But you've just told me that here is somewhere, so don't they know that they are somewhere?" And the rat says, "I think they know they're somewhere, they just don't know where somewhere is. And so they'd like to know where that is." And the horse says, "Well, do you want me to take them to nowhere? Because I know where nowhere is. It's down the road from somewhere. It's a short ride, if that's what they'd like to do. I can take them from somewhere to nowhere, if they don't know where they're going." And you ignore the conversation as it goes over your head and decide to mount the horse. And the horse begins to trot along while engaging in conversation. And as they talk and walk, so you look around and you try to avoid asking about somewhere or nowhere. And the last thing you know you want to do is tell them you're happy to be taken anywhere, in case they actually do that. And so as you head from somewhere, perhaps on a journey anywhere, but knowing you could end up nowhere, you continue exploring this land. And the horse takes you through the land, through the grass, through meadows, along the edge of a river, until eventually you arrive at some mountains. And the horse explains that they're not really built for climbing mountains. Their hooves just don't work so well for that. But they tell you that there's someone here who might be able to help. And you look around and you can't see anyone. And the horse walks over to the edge of the tree line at the foot of these mountains and whistles up into the tree. And out of the tree, a spider descends. And this spider sounds so friendly and looks so cute, with large eyes and a fluffy body. And you say that you've never seen a spider looking quite like this. And the spider says, "Is it because of my jumper? Not many other spiders are knitting spiders. You get jumper spiders who like knitted clothing, but they don't normally want to do the knitting themselves." And you get spiders that like doing weaving and living in weaved holes, but they never seem to knit anything for themselves. But this spider explains that they do enjoy knitting. The only thing they like more than knitting is swinging from tree to tree and walking the tightrope they create between trees. And they drop down, land on the ground. They see what you're wearing. And they say that's not suitable for a trek over the mountains. And then they head into the woods, gathering up different plants and mosses. They come back, and seemingly rapidly, they start knitting. And the first thing they knit is a sock. They tell you to put that on just over your shoe. And then they knit another sock, which they tell you to put on. And the socks are knitted with different things and don't look at all the same. But they say that, is it really about what it looks like? These are being knitted for your comfort, not for you to look at and admire. And so you put both the socks on and they carry on knitting. And they knit you a long jumper. And you place that long jumper on. and then they climb up onto your shoulder, and you begin to ascend the mountains, wrapped up so warm. The knitted socks over your shoes seeming to do a better job at gripping the ice and the snow below. As you crunch your way through that snow, and you say goodbye to the horse, and you crunch and walk, ascending the mountains. As the day continues on, and as you near the top of the mountain, so twilight begins to set in, and you're curious whether you're going to make it somewhere to stop before the sun's fully set, because you know you're not going to make it all the way over the mountain. And the spider tells you there's a perfect cave just a little further up, not too much further to make it. And then, as you continue ascending and the sun continues to descend, and the stars rise in the sky, and the moon starts beating its silvery glow over the mountainside, making the snow glisten like a million diamonds attached to the side of the mountain. So you see the faintest hint of a glowing light flickering gently in the night, and the spider directs you towards that glowing light. As those socks continue to work almost like magical shoes, helping you climb this mountain with ease. And as you near the glowing light, you realize it's an oil lamp outside a cave. And the mountain levels out slightly. You head over to the cave. You settle down in the cave. And just inside the cave, you light a campfire, and the spider sits down beside you. As you sit and talk to each other while relaxing in that cave, before drifting and floating asleep, knowing tomorrow you'll make it over the top of the mountains, down the other side. As you fall peacefully and comfortably asleep, and the next morning you awaken to the glow of the sun weaving its way gently into the entrance of the cave. The fire now completely burnt down, but still giving off just the slightest warmth. And the spider says that from this point you can probably complete this journey yourself. They've helped you this far. You'll be at the top of the mountain within a couple of hours, and it's all downhill from there, they say with a wry smile. And so you say goodbye and set off, heading up over the mountain. And as you head down the other side, you have plenty of time, while looking over the view, to ponder the entire experience, to try to think about what it is that you're here for. What's your journey? And the words of the wise man go around in your mind about the important thing being the journey, not the destination. And you continue down this mountainside. And while continuing down the mountain, looking out across the view, you see that this side of the mountain is mainly desert, at least stretching out as far as you can see. And as you get to the foot of the mountain, so you walk into that desert, and you begin to walk through the desert. And find it's difficult work walking through this desert, your feet constantly sinking into that sand, as that loose, dry sand blows around you, gives way beneath your feet, making it more exhausting to walk this side than it was even walking on the mountainside. And as you walk, you think this would be so much easier if this sand was wet, because then it would hold it together. And while you're thinking that, you feel some drops of rain. But as you look around you, you don't see any clouds. And then you notice above you a rain cloud forming. And you're reminded of what you were told earlier. And with a smile, you think even more about the rain. As that rain cloud forms above you, starts to rain around you, soaking the sand beneath you. And as the sand soaks and the rain cloud gets a little larger, so it's raining around a wider area around you, you start to run across the desert. You realize when moving fast. It's like walking on custard, that the faster you travel, the more solid the surface. And so you run at a comfortable pace in the rain, in a dry desert, leaving this trail of rain and wet sand behind you, feeling cooled by that rain, helping you to traverse this desert even easier. And eventually, deep in the desert, you see the top of some ruined buildings, looking like they were covered years ago as the desert has gradually traversed the landscape. You stop at those ruins. You take a look around the ruins. You see that there's a small gap you can probably squeeze into to take a look inside these ruins. And you head into that gap. And it's such a relief being in the ruins compared to out in the desert. In the desert, it was hot. The wind would whip up the sand. But down here, it's cool and calm. And you shine a light around the space. And you see this space has a certain peaceful quality to it. And there are some pictures painted on the walls, looking like they were painted generations ago. And some of it looks like it was marked with chalk. And the only way for that to be possible is if this landscape was very, very different at the time. This place was habited. And you wonder how long ago this place was inhabited. As you look around, and you see a staircase leading down, and you follow that staircase deeper under this structure. And you notice artwork which looks Egyptian. And you enter a corridor, and on one wall you see a picture, and in the center of the picture is a drawing of a scarab beetle that's incredibly colourful, like someone's put a lot of work into creating that. And on the wall opposite the scarab beetle is a picture of what looks like somebody carrying a goat under their arm, tucked into a coat. And it's almost like a flash of light goes off in your mind, making a connection with that Morse code. Like an aha moment, exploding itself into your consciousness, not just creeping slowly, but just suddenly being there. That the scarab beetle doesn't like the goat in the coat. And you see these two pictures on opposite walls. And you don't quite know, there's something just on the edge of consciousness that you're trying to grasp. And you think the best way to grasp an idea on the edge of consciousness is to move on. Continue down the tunnel. And so you continue, walking down the tunnel, walking along this corridor, looking at the different pictures on either side. What looks like an Egyptian priestess holding an offering and wearing unusual earrings. Walking a bit further and seeing some pictures looking like another offering. And you carry on walking, and at the end of this corridor is a mirror resting against a wall. And it doesn't seem like the location the mirror's supposed to be. And so you take hold of that tall mirror. You move it around. And as you move it around and see the way the light reflects off of it, you have an unusual idea. You take that mirror back down the corridor and you place it over the person with the goat, facing that scarab beetle. And then as you step out of the way, so you notice a beam of light reflecting back and forth between the paint of the scarab beetle and that mirror. And that beam of light starts to hum. And the colours start to become more vivid. And as they do, so it's almost like the light becomes a liquid flowing and starting to fill this space. And it fills the space with the most comfortable blueness, like an ethereal blueness that permeates through you. And as it envelops your body, so you feel your chest, your arms, your legs pulse and stretch out of your body, like consciousness leaving that physical self there. And as consciousness floating above your body, you look back and you see your arms spread gently and comfortably out, your legs resting, barely touching the floor, your back very gently arched, your head slightly back, as if you're resting on the surface of a pool of water, just floating there gazing up at the sky, the whole body weightless and relaxed. And you see a golden thread between you and your body, and find with a thought that you can move away from your body. You can explore beyond the corridor. You can rise up and see the land and explore this land. You can think about anyone or anything, anywhere. It can be somewhere, it can be nowhere, or it can be anywhere. It doesn't matter where, you can think about them, or it, or that, and you're there, observing. You can think about any time and find yourself in any time. It's almost like the cogs in your mind have been freed to circle and move. Empower your mind in a way completely unknown, where you go with the flow, where you move with resistance, where everything that happens in any given moment is treated as the right thing to be happening in that moment, where you take that right thing and just direct it in the direction it needs to go. You know it's so much easier to redirect a river rather than stop it and try and force it to change direction. And so you find your mind connected as a spirit with this world around you. And you have the most incredible experience of deep learning and an understanding far greater than you could ever explain. And the experience is timeless. There's no future or past, just a present, this moment. And you enjoy this moment. Before following that golden thread through space and time, easily and effortlessly, back to your body, settling gently down in your body as that blueness fades. And while the blueness fades, so the paint on that SCARAB beetle begins to chip off a little bit, and some small scrapings of the paint fall to the floor as delicately as a feather falling to the ground. And as that falls to the floor, so it begins to sparkle and twinkle. And it turns into something as it lands. And on the ground, you see what looks like a very small version of that SCARAB beetle, only made out of copper. And you pick it up and you touch it to the bracelet, and its legs wrap around the copper of the bracelet and seem to pull tight on the bracelet, pulling itself into the bracelet, becoming a smooth and flat part of that bracelet, as if that's how it was always made. And then you begin to find your way out of this space with this curious experience you've had. You head out into the desert. You sit on the sand near the desert. You think about the experience you've had as you take that flask from your bag. And when you go to drink from the flask, you suddenly become aware that you know the smell of that soup, that sweet soup smell suddenly evokes a memory of the smell of hot apple cider, bringing a deep comfort through you, of an idea of a distant time, maybe another life, of relaxing in a cornfield on a sunny day, enjoying a drink of hot apple cider with some friends, and you drink from that flask, and you find your mind opening deeper. And then you carefully remove that copper bracelet from your wrist. And as you do, everything around you begins to glitch and fade and shimmer, and a hum begins to reverberate around you. And you find yourself back in that archeological dig tent, holding that copper bracelet in your hand, holding your flask in the other hand. You look around you and everything looks normal, and you look at that copper bracelet and you see that scarab beetle on the copper bracelet, and you know that it wasn't there before. And you place that back in the box with the tusk. And you talk with others at this archaeological dig, and you share your expertise, only you share more than you otherwise should have known because of your experience. You share that there should be some evidence of a settlement just a little way along these undulating hills. You share that it seems like everyone left before the tsunami hit, and that they must have known that that was coming. And you don't explain how you know any of this. You just say these are your hypotheses. And you're shown to a tent you'll be staying in for the night. You stay in that tent, thinking about the experience you've had, pondering its meaning. And as you lie down to sleep, so you start to feel a deep connection with the world around you, as if something about that state between wakefulness and sleep allows you to connect with a deeper reality. And you wonder, when you head back the way you came, whether you'll re-encounter that wise old man, whether you'll decide to pick any of those mushrooms for the future. And you know more about making a potent version of that drink than perhaps that wise man even knew. But for now, you settle down in the tent and you drift and float so peacefully, so calmly relaxed, asleep into Slumberland. You can imagine yourself walking along the shore of a beautiful beach, and as you walk along this shore of this beach, listening to the way the water rolls in onto the shore, smelling the salty air, being aware of the temperature of the breeze and the air on your cheeks, and the feeling of what each footstep feels like as you walk along that seashore, the way your feet sink slightly with each step, the sound of each step. The movement of the water at the corner of your eye. And as you walk, a part of your mind is drifting and dreaming and wandering to different thoughts. And while thinking about different thoughts, in your own world, in your mind, a glint of light catches your eye way off in the distance, and you carry on walking, and you're heading along the shore towards that glint of light. And you're not really paying attention to the glint of light, more that it just happens to be on the path you're taking. And so you continue walking in that direction, aware of the sounds around you, the sensations of walking along a seashore. But the whole time you're walking, you're getting closer and closer to that glint of light. And the closer you get, the more you notice it's just on the cusp, just on that point where the water flows over that glinting object. And it's the object getting wet and then that water pulling back that makes the surface of it glint in your direction. And so when you reach that object and you're standing just above it, you can see it sticking out slightly. And you reach down and the water is rolling in underfoot and then pulling back out. Rolling in underfoot and then pulling back out. And your hand pushes down into the ground, grabbing hold of that glinting object. And as you lift that up, you find that it's a candlestick made of gold. And you walk a little bit further into the water, just up to your ankles, and you hold the candlestick into the water flowing over your hand, flowing over the candlestick, washing that candlestick as it gets brighter and glows more. Then you back up out of the water and you hold the candlestick up in front of you, taking a look at that candlestick as it seems to almost shine under the light. And you admire this candlestick, the craftsmanship of the stick. And you look at it from all different angles. And then from one angle, you notice a slight seam around the candlestick. And you open that seam, that point where it seems to join. And as you open it, you find a candle dry inside, protected from the elements. And wrapped around the candle is a piece of paper tied to the candle with a bit of ribbon and the most delicate bow, and with a single pull of a thread of the bow, the whole bow unravels. You place that thread into your pocket. You roll the candle into the hand, taking the paper in the other hand. You walk up onto the shore a little bit further. You place it down on the shore. As you sit down, hearing the water now lapping on the shore further down the beach, and you begin to read. And as you read, so you realize that this is like a poem. And it's a poem about a seashore. And the poem seems to describe that there once was a church on a cliff, a short distance from this location. And at the time the water was much lower. And people used to gather on that cliff and look out to sea. And along this cliff was also a lighthouse that let sailors know they were nearing the land. But many years ago, something happened, and the cliff ended up under the sea. It didn't collapse. It was just as if the land lowered itself down into the sea. And it happened quickly and unexpectedly. And a new shore was created. And it talks about how it happened so fast that no one had time to take anything from the church or the lighthouse or anywhere else along the shoreline. And this story was told through a poem on that paper. And you wonder to yourself whether that church is still there, just under the water. The tide never goes out far enough to clear the drop-off point, the point off the shore, where the land just suddenly sharply descends to the depths of the ocean. And it gets your mind whirring. You begin to think about the possibilities of what could be there and what might have been lost when the water encroached. And after sitting for a while, gazing out to sea, wondering whether there's those structures still there and what else might lie off the shore, you head away from the shore. You journey up the beach. You walk through some woodland. Heading back to your car. And as you do, you pass a child outside a cabin, along a dirt road through the woodland. And they have a small table selling lemonade. And they smile at you with a toothy grin and try and encourage you to buy some of that lemonade and tell you it's homemade and that they've added some grapes which they've turned into ice cubes that will float on the top of the lemonade. And so you take a cup of that lemonade and continue your journey back to your car. And as you drink that lemonade, so you notice the bubbles feel strange. Instead of fizzing up, with each mouthful you drink, they fizz down. And not only do they fizz down, but they lift your consciousness up. And with each mouthful of the drink, you have this sense that the bubbles are pulling down and your mind is clearing. Like a fog lifting from your mind, making the world seem extra crisp and clear, seeming to connect you on some altered level with this world around you, where you become hyper-aware of the subtleties of the sound of each footstep, the way leaves gently crunch in stages beneath your feet with each step, and twigs crack and birds sing, and the patterns in the clouds as they move overhead. Like your awareness of the world around you, of space and time, is becoming hyper-aware, like a deep connection to reality. And a part of your mind becomes deeply curious about that lemonade, and something about it makes you continue to drink. As you continue to walk and you pass the edge of the woodland, now walking past the fields, and as you walk past those fields, you can smell the scent of hay wafting from one of the fields, and see a couple of horses eating the hay in that field, and water vapour evaporating off the backs of the horses. Their occasional neigh as you continue walking, deeply curious about this experience you're having. And as you continue walking and you pass the fields, and this country path continues, so you hear a slight squeak, and you see that somebody is swinging on a swing hanging from a tree opposite the fields in a slight clearing. The grass gently moving and swaying in the breeze. But as you watch and get closer, you notice that it's not a child as you first thought. It seems to be a platypus dressed as a court jester. With each swing, their head goes back slightly, and the bells on their hat jingle as their feet rise up as they swing back forward. And they swing themselves back and forth. Their rounded, long, green shoes, with little bells jingling on the ends. The bells on the hat jingling with the movement. The tree swaying gently as that swing goes back and forth. And they notice that you glance in their direction, and you're watching them as they swing. And in a high-pitched and friendly voice, they greet you and ask you if you want to come over. They ask if you'd like to go on the swing, and you refuse a number of times before they encourage you and tell you it'll be fun. Sometimes it's good to recapture elements of youth and do things you've long forgotten. And so you begin to swing on that swing. And as you swing, so you begin to get higher and higher. And the higher you get, the more you swing, and the more you swing, the more you think, wouldn't it be cool if I could get high enough to swing right around the branch? And you swing and swing, but you never quite seem to be making it to be able to go over the top. And as you're swinging, the platypus says that they'll push you and that'll help you. Maybe with their help, you can swing all the way around. And so they pull up a toadstool behind the swing. And then as you swing back, they jump up and grab the back of the swing. And with their weight as well, they thrust themselves down, adding an extra bit of strength to making the swing swing. And then they jump back on the toadstool and do the same again as you swing back. Just as you reach that peak back, they jump up, grab the back, use their weight to push and hold on. As you swing forward with even more speed and higher and higher, until eventually you notice you're almost at the point of being able to go around the branch. And with one last push, the swing goes around the branch, and everything around you seems to become deeply focused and change. And once you pass the top of the branch and are heading back to the bottom again, so the swing seems to disappear, and you find yourself swinging around underneath the branch and heading forward along a water slide. The entire environment now changed. No longer facing opposite fields with horses, no longer down a country road, no longer near a tree, just hurtling down a water slide. And as you gasp slightly in shock, so some of the water splashes onto your face and you notice the taste, that it's champagne. As you travel down this water slide, weaving, dropping down, spinning around, and eventually splashing down and what seems like a swimming pool, except it's more like a dug-out burrow in the ground. And it's just underneath the surface of the ground. And you scramble out of this pool on the other side into this underground home. And are greeted by a llama. And this llama has the craziest pink hair and dark glasses, and seems to have the curliest, longest ginger nose hair. And you try and keep your eyes off of its curly ginger nose hair, but then just find your eyes drawn to the curly ginger hair coming out of its ears. And then the llama talks, and you expect it to have a slightly higher voice than it ends up having. And it talks with a deep voice and a slow voice. And it talks about how you're going on a journey. It knows that you found that poem, that you opened a candlestick, and it started you on an adventure as the one who found that. And nothing that you've seen is as it seems. The child isn't really a child. The lemonade isn't really lemonade. The platypus really was a platypus, but they're not really a court jester. And they walk you through from the pool, deep into what's like a rabbit warren, but a warren high enough for a llama to walk through it. And strangely, although the ground looks like mud, each footstep echoes, almost as if it's solid stone. And the llama says there's something strange about the layout and the design of this space. Each echo, each corridor makes sound reverberate in a pattern. And that pattern is pi. The sound reverberates in an endless note that's constantly subtly changing and never repeating. And as the llama walks, they say they've got something to show you, that you've shown a curiosity about the time before the Great Sink, before the land dipped into the water and the cliffs disappeared. And at one point during the walking, they descend steps, going deeper and deeper into this burrow. further underground. It opens out into a room where you see other animals, and all these animals are dressed in curious fashion. And you see that platypus in here. And you see a giraffe which talks with the same voice that the lemonade selling girl had. And the platypus comes over, carrying a large silver tray, and on the tray is a moose. And the platypus seems to take great delight in asking if you'd like some of this mousse, that they designed it and made it themselves. And they serve up a serving of that mousse. And the llama says they've always wanted to be a court jester. They think they're funny. And you carry on walking while eating that mousse. And as you eat the mousse, so you notice that your arms begin to feel heavy and relaxed, and your body feels heavier and more relaxed. And the llama says the mousse isn't really just mousse, like the lemonade isn't really just lemonade. It's helping you perceive reality in a different way. And as your body feels heavier and more relaxed, so you see what looks almost like fine hair along the walls, glowing and pulsing. And the llama says that's just the mycelial network charging up. And passing messages through all living things. And eventually, you arrive at a door. And the llama opens the door and says, if you just walk through this door, you'll learn something new you didn't know you knew. Because it's not the time to know it until you discover that you knew it. And you walk through the door, and the door's closed behind you, and you can see a gentle blue glow off in the distance. You head towards that blue glow, and the tunnel opens out wider and wider, until eventually you notice it looks like a window to under the sea. Except that when you reach out with a hand, there's no window there. And you pull your hand back, and your hand's wet from the sea. And it's as if the sea just doesn't come in through this gap. And you guess from the journey you've been on that perhaps this is under the sea partway down that cliff. And you look around you, and you can see beside you a small rubber duck. And there seems to be nothing else around, so you pick up that rubber duck. And as you do, so you have this sensation that you're changing and evolving into something different. Almost as if you take on some of the qualities of a rubber duck. And as you do that, so you walk towards that gap in the wall and find yourself swimming out through that gap. And as you swim out through the gap, as if made of rubber, able to breathe perfectly fine and survive perfectly fine under the water, with the water being no issue at all, you swim down towards the sea floor, seeing the undulating sand carpeting that sea floor. And you swim all the way down to that sand. You run a hand through the sand, churning it up slightly, creating a gentle cloud as you go. And then you see some sand churning up in front of you. And it churns and becomes something of a sandstorm underwater, filling the space around you with that dense sand, so you can't see forward or backward or left or right or up or down. Just a murky, sandy colour, whatever direction you look. And then you hear some bubbling in that water. And then everything goes quiet. And as the sand begins to settle, and you remain very, very still to allow the sand to settle, you see before you a baby shark with the friendliest of smiles. And that baby shark tells you that it's there to guide you to a specific location. It's been born for this moment, at this time. And you follow that baby shark as it swims deeper into the ocean, swimming away from the cliff, the sea getting deeper and deeper. And after swimming for quite some time, you hear what almost sounds like singing under the sea, what you could only describe as a subtle hint of a sea shanty carried on the wind, only transmitted through the water. That shanty penetrating your ears, seeming to come from one specific location. And you follow that shark swimming deeper and deeper. until you start to hear a slight humming and see a slight glowing light. And you swim towards that light and discover that it's a globe. And strangely, once you're close to the globe and your eyes begin to adjust to the light from the globe, you find that you can see into the globe. And the globe's about 4 times the size of your head, with half of it buried in the sand, and the outside of it is incredibly bright. And as your eyes adjust, they can see inside it, and inside it looks very different. And the baby shark is swimming around slowly, gently, in circles around you and the globe, while talking to you, telling you that if you touch that globe and close your eyes, you'll be able to project yourself inside. And so you reach out and touch the surface of the globe, feeling how smooth that globe is. And as you feel the smoothness of the globe, so your hands start to move through the globe, and you start to follow. And as you follow, so everything goes misty, and a strangely glowing fog seems to form around your experience. And you fall through that fog and find yourself lying on your back on the softest carpet of moss, with the sense of woodland around you. Rays of light penetrating the glowing fog, dancing like spotlights as the wind blows a breeze through the trees. And it's almost as if those rays of light are vacuuming up the fog, seeming to wipe it away with each pass. As you feel yourself so deeply and comfortably supported by the moss, feeling the coolness of that moss and the dew created by the fog tickling your cheeks, dripping off of leaves. And as it clears, so you find you're in the most lush, beautiful woodland. And you walk through this woodland. You run your hands over the damp bark of some of the nearby trees, enjoying the different scents of this woodland, the sounds of birds singing. Exiting that woodland and finding yourself walking through some undulating hills towards a cliff edge, seeing in the distance, beyond a farm, A church, standing tall and proud, and recognizing that this must be that cliff because further along is a lighthouse. And a small robin flies past you and lands on a fence post, singing and watching you. You watch it, and you walk gently and carefully past the robin so as not to disturb it. You pass through a gate into an orchard. You walk slowly, carefully, taking your time to observe what this orchard looks like, what this place looks like. Walking through the orchard towards the farmhouse. And around the edge of the orchard is wild flowers, with butterfly landing on different flowers, puttering around for a while before flying to another flower, and bumblebees flying from one plant to another, life having a graceful rhythm. And you arrive at the farmhouse and notice that no one seems to be here. And you take a look around this farm and around the farmhouse. You find that there's a fire gently crackling away in the fireplace in the living room. And there's a book on a side, as if someone was sat here not that long ago, perhaps reading by this fire. And open, resting on the book, is a locket on a golden chain. And inside that locket is a drawn picture of somebody. And on the other side, on the inside of the locket, is a quote expressing love from the person who the picture's of in the locket. And you pick up and handle that locket and feel the chain as it weaves between your fingers. And the textures of the decoration on the outside of the locket, before placing that back down on the book, continuing to look around inside this farmhouse and seeing on the wall a large map of this area, seeing the farm marked on the map, noticing where the cliff is on the map, the church, the lighthouse, and being able to recognize some of the landmarks that let you know where the current shoreline is. And then heading out of this farmhouse and continuing walking to the cliff edge. And as you walk towards the cliff edge, so you can hear the church bell ringing and reverberating around this landscape, at some points giving the illusion that the sound of the bell is coming from other directions, sometimes even sounding like it's coming from behind you. And as you near that church, you see that there's actually someone here. And while approaching the church, they start to approach you. And as they approach you, there's something familiar about them. Something that makes your mind feel like you know them. And with a smile, they reach out and they shake your hand. They invite you into the church. You follow them into the church, and inside the church, you see that candlestick. And you see a saw, and you see that they're preparing that candlestick with the message that you found. And they tell you that they have certain magical abilities. They can't stop what's going to happen here, but they can leave a clue. They can leave some breadcrumbs that can be followed so that people can come back here and explore and learn. And you ask them, what happens here? And they tell you that a certain shift happens deeper into the continent. And that shift goes way down deep under this side of the continent. And very quickly, but still quite smooth, suddenly the entire side of the continent gives way and lowers into the sea. And they'd worked out it was going to happen long before it did. And that's why there's no one here. Because they are here, just not really here. They've been placed in a slightly different level of reality, on a slightly different plane of reality. And so they partially interact here, but aren't really here. So when the change happens, it only happens to the land, and then they'll return to this reality once it's safe to do so. And that's why you don't see much here, but you can hear through the different realities, with the sound reverberating through dimensions. And all it takes is a little bit of magic. And they guide you deeper into the church. You see that nobody's ringing the bell, and yet the bell is ringing. And they tell you that they're going to be leaving a note to be found And when the time is right, the shore will wash down enough for it to be discovered. And then the stories of here will be told there. And you look around this church and find that it's actually already pretty empty. There are very few documents left here, very little of any real value or interest. It's all been moved and shifted and changed to another dimension. And in the heart of the church, they lean on a pew. And as they lean on that pew, so a click can be heard. And with that click, the pew spins around, the ground opens up, and steps spiraling down form in the ground. And together you descend into this secret tunnel, and you follow this secret tunnel, which eventually starts to rise up again. And as it rises up, so you find yourself rising up into the lighthouse. And you ascend to the top of the lighthouse, looking out over the sea. And they tell you that you can see the sea, and you can see the way the sea is beginning to come this way, as the land is beginning to lower. And together you watch and wait as this land lowers beneath the ocean. And it looks, from your perspective, like the ocean is just suddenly getting deeper and deeper, like a tide that just seems to endlessly be coming in. And it does so gently, so calm and relaxed, just a small amount at a time, until it's up above the height of the lighthouse. And the magic protects you and makes it so that it's almost like you're in an air bubble watching this happen. And you see, looking up, the pattern of the water, of the light shining through the surface of the water above. As that light shimmers overhead, and the surface gets higher and higher above you. And then there's stillness. And you now know how deep and how far out these structures are. And you're told that you can head down the lighthouse to the exit, and you can swim out. And you'll find that as you swim out of this lighthouse, you're back where that baby shark was. And so you head down the lighthouse. You open the door. You see that the water doesn't come in the door, it just sits there the other side of the door. You swim, out of the lighthouse, and you find yourself almost as if you've just swum out of that globe. And the baby shark is just circling around you. And to them, just a moment has passed, like a flash of you touching the globe, and next minute you're swimming from the other side of the globe. And you explain to them that you know what happened here, and you follow them back towards the cliff. And once back at the cliff, so you head back in through that gap, finding yourself back dry, and just as you were before you left. And you head back to that door, pass through the door and see that llama, recognizing that the llama is the same as the person you've just met. And you raise this with them and explain that you think that they're the same. And they say that they're the spirit of nature, they're the spirit of this land. The whole role is just to protect the land and those in it, but also to share knowledge and history, and to keep a connection from the past to the present and on to the future, about what happened here. And they take forms that are based on things that are familiar, but that are also based on the way your mind works. And so you see kind of what you'd want to see, something that will grab your interest, something you'll find fascinating or curious, something that will make you want to engage and want to follow along. And that what you've been consuming this whole time is a magical mushroom. And it's that magical mushroom whose properties were mixed in with the lemonade, mixed in with the mousse, even mixed in with the champagne water slide. And it's that magical mushroom properties that allow you to transcend one reality to another, to shift as a consciousness. And as that fades within you, so you'll find yourself just back on that swing, on your own, just swinging back and forth, back and forth. And as they say this, back and forth, back and forth, so you start to get this feeling of swinging gently on a swing. And a haze seems to form around you, almost like the sleep in your eyes in the morning, where you feel that urge to rub your eyes a little bit just to see clearly, swinging back and forth, hearing the neigh of horses, starting to smell that hay smell, the scent of the woodland, the feeling of the rope that's holding the tire that you're swinging in, and the sensation of that rope between your hands as you swing back and forth, back and forth, as the reality around you begins to come into view again, almost like your eyes were out in bright light from a dark space and are adjusting to that bright light. And as they do, so you find you're back in your familiar reality. You leave the swing. You continue the journey to your car, and it feels for you like a long time has passed. And yet the day seems no different. And you travel home in your car, your mind pondering your experience. You arrive home. You have nothing to evidence whether that experience was real or imagined. You have yourself a drink before bed, relaxing your mind, relaxing your body, resting in the most comfortable chair, your mind occasionally wandering to thoughts of that experience. Feeling your mind clearing before you then head to bed. And on the bedside table, you see a book, and on the book is a locket, and you realize it's the same book. And you open the locket, popping that open. You see that picture in the locket. You see the inscription in the locket. You take a look at the book. And it's an old book. And on the first page is an inscription. And the inscription says, "Never go looking for sandy golden donkey bells, because all you'll ever find is a llama." And you wonder what that means. But know that it did something curious to your mind. And you can smell the scent of that old book and feel the roughness of those pages. And you sit in bed. You start to read the book. And you find that it's a book about a circus coming to town. And the book was written a couple of 100 years ago, claiming to be a true story about an event which happened hundreds of years prior to that. And after reading for a short while, your eyes began to feel heavier. And as your eyes feel heavier and more relaxed, so you place a bookmark in the book. Put the book beside you. Relax down so comfortably into the bed. And close your eyes and begin to drift and float peacefully asleep into Slumberland. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And in this bedtime story, you find yourself relaxing in a cabin, and you're on holiday in a cabin in the woods. And as you relax in that cabin, so perhaps you have the most comfortable fire burning in the fireplace, the warmth tickling your cheeks, light and shadows dancing around the walls. Just enjoying relaxing in the cabin, the faint sound of birds in the woodland outside, just creeping through the window, sitting in the most comfortable chair, the kind of chair that you almost sink into so deeply that it's almost like you become one with that chair. So relaxed in the chair, the fire almost hypnotic in the way it dances in the fireplace. Relaxing deeper, sometimes lost in thought, other times finding your mind just wandering as you wander, pondering different thoughts, really just enjoying this experience. And as you enjoy relaxing deeper and deeper into that incredibly cozy armchair, you hear a sound at the door, a rapid knocking on the door. And with curiosity, you prise yourself out of that chair, still a bit dazed from your deep, comfortable relaxation. You hear that rapping at the door again. You get to the door, you open the door, and you see a woodpecker on the doorstep, and it jumps back a step or two as you open the door and drops something from its beak. It drops a small, shiny, tiny stone. And with slight jerky head movements, it looks up at you, and it looks at the stone, as if to encourage you to pick that stone up. And so you carefully reach down. Woodpecker keeping its eyes on you, following your movement as you reach all the way down. You take hold of the stone, and it's so incredibly smooth and almost shimmering in how shiny it is, with that kind of shininess where you don't know if it's just incredibly reflective or if some of that shininess is coming from within the stone itself. And as you stand back up holding the stone, watching the bird, and the bird watching you, your brow furrows a little, wondering why this bird brought you this stone. But you thank the bird out of politeness. The bird gives a couple of little nods and then flies off. You head back into the cabin. You close the door behind you. And as you close the door, you feel a deep sense of curiosity at the unusual experience that just happened. That bird seeming to bring you a stone. And while walking back to that chair, you try and shake off the strangeness of the situation. The fact that it seemed like the bird did that on purpose. And you sit back down in that chair. You place the stone on a small little coffee table beside you. And you then just relax back into the chair, resting an arm either side of you, slumping yourself down, sinking your back deep into that cozy armchair. Your eyes occasionally flickering and shutting for a moment as you become absorbed in the relaxation. Your cheeks warming from the warmth of that fire. And as your cheeks warm from the fire, then you open your eyes from time to time, looking around. You notice something unusual. You start to hear the faint sound of tambourine playing. And your ears begin to focus more on that faint tambourine sound. You start to wonder where it's coming from. It's faint and you can't work out the location. It just seems to be there. You can't work out whether it's from outside, or perhaps there's a radio on, or some other device that it could be playing on within the cabin. And that tambourine sound gets a little louder. And while it gets louder, so it reaches that point where you become more alert here, more focused, more curious. You start looking around you, trying to figure out what's going on. And you see that shiny stone beside you is glowing even brighter now. And you reach over and you touch that stone and you notice that it's giving off some warmth. And you watch that stone with curiosity, seeing how it's getting warmer and warmer. And you notice a slight glow coming from the stone. And it's an indistinct orangey glow. Kind of the glows of a fading fire in a fireplace. And you watch as that glow becomes stronger and stronger, just a dim light glowing from that stone, spreading out further and further from the stone, until the glow is beginning to caress the walls of the cabin. And as that light expands around the inside of this cabin, the inside of this room, the sound of the tambourine increases slightly in volume, and you realize it seems to be coming from somewhere in front of you, but you can't see anything in front of you for it to be coming from. And you look and pay close attention. And in the dim light, you notice that light seems to be almost becoming a cone, emanating from that shiny stone, almost like the light of a projector that projects a cone of light onto a wall containing an image. Only the image that you see forming before you isn't forming on the wall in front of you. It's forming on the space between you and the wall, almost like a hologram that, as the stone seems to be charging more with the warmth of the fire, so that dim light seems to be turning more into that holographic image, becoming more opaque with every passing moment. And what's forming before you looks like an African savanna, with a vast vista stretching out, coarse grasses, the most beautiful orange sunset, areas of reddy orange dirt, and you can see some people underneath a tree enjoying some shelter from the sun, playing different musical instruments. As the tambourine gets louder, so you begin to hear other instruments. Someone dancing around playing a piccolo, someone playing a viola, and you stand up and walk towards this holographic image. Only as you walk towards it, so you start to feel the warmth, as if there's a warmth from within this hologram. And the more you walk towards it, the warmer you feel. And the more you realize this isn't the warmth of the fire. This seems to be warmth coming from this projection. And those people playing the musical instruments are carrying on completely oblivious to your presence. as you walk into that hologram, and find that when you walk forward, so the hologram seems to become more solid, more real, as the room seems to fade around you, until you find yourself only surrounded, whatever direction you look, by this savannah. And when you turn back and look back the way you came, you can see this unusual beam of light, like a cone of light, focusing down onto a stone. But you can't see the stone, just the cone of light passing into a vanishing point. And you know that the other side of that vanishing point is that stone. And you walk around to the side of the cone, and you look at the side of the cone, you look at the side of the point, and you reach down with your hand, trying to pick up the invisible. And it turns out you manage to pick up that stone, and the cone rises up at the back, but then begins to fade, and you're left with that shiny stone in your hand, while you are here in this savannah. And you hope that that stone can be triggered by warmth again, to open a portal home later. But for now, you're curious where you are, why you're here, and what this has to do with a woodpecker. And so you head over to those people playing their music. And as you walk towards them, so you notice the playing changes. From playing seemingly arbitrary but harmonic sounds, to playing tunes that you recognize, even most unusually, a familiar yet distant sonata that grabs your attention, that they could possibly be playing that on these instruments here. And as you approach, so they eventually notice you, but they don't seem startled by your appearance. Not as startled as you were by theirs. And they tell you that they were here waiting for you. They're like the welcome party. They were just in their own world. They get lost in the music, almost like drifting into a reverie. And they load all of the musical instruments into a wheelbarrow, as one of them begins pushing it over the bumpy ground, the instruments bouncing up and down. And part of your thought as you walk along with them is that you would like to just be able to pad those instruments a little bit, because you're worried about them getting broken. But they seem to just throw them in and walk along without a care in the world. And as they're walking with you, so they talk to you asking you what your world is like. And you wonder what they mean. This all seems the same world. You've seen this kind of landscape before, even if you've never been here. But you don't interrupt. You answer them and then encourage them to keep talking. And they share about this place. They share that you're going to a very small village nearby. And this village will be the start of a long journey. And you didn't even know you're going to be going on this journey. Just moments ago. And you try and get more details, but they're very vague and feel they're not the ones to answer. And they carry on, wheelbarrow bouncing over the rough ground. The sun now over the horizon, yet the sky still has some red. The sounds of the nighttime creatures, the sounds of nighttime birds filling the air much cooler than it had been just a short while ago. As in the distance you can see the lights of that village and some flickering of some campfires within the village. And so you head with these people all the way to the village. And at the village, they place the wheelbarrow outside one of the homes. And one of the people walks with you and guides you to a small tent. And they twang the line of the tent 3 times, almost like the sound of knocking. And then there's a slight humming coming from within the tent, and a slight glow. And out of the tent flies a fairy. And this fairy seems to be coated in silvery sparkles. Her wings, her movement, like the movement of a sparkler as you swing it in front of you. Those sparkles dancing and jumping off of her. And she hovers in front of you, almost as if she's sizing you up. And she tells you that you've got an adventure to go on, and that you should rest up, because in the morning she'll guide you on a long walk. All the way to a nearby castle. And she then shows you to another tent. You settle down in that tent, listening to the gentle movement of the tent around you as the wind blows a gentle breeze. The sounds of nature beyond the tent, the most comforting, calming nighttime sounds. And as you rest in that tent, feeling so calm and comfortable, so you start to drift peacefully asleep, your eyes closing, your ears gradually focusing inward on deep relaxation as your body drifts and floats peacefully asleep, sleeping so well all night, ready to awaken, feeling so refreshed in the morning. And come morning, there's a slight glow through the tent of the morning sun. And the tent gently pulsing in the breeze. And you feel so refreshed. You feel so relaxed. It feels like just the right time to awaken and leave this tent. Like you've had the best night's sleep ever. And so you leave the tent. You stretch your arms, your shoulders, your back, stretching your legs, doing a big morning stretch, breathing in that fresh morning air, hearing the new morning sounds of this area around you, beyond this small village. And for the first time, you can now see what this village is like. You can see that there are many people staying in tents, and there's a couple of small wooden structures. But everyone looks so happy and interacting. And the fairy comes and finds you and takes you over to have something to eat. And you eat some food with those people you met the night before. And then the fairy says it's time now to go. And so you set off with the fairy, both walking through this landscape, walking from that village, heading through what looks like open savanna, and walking all day. And while walking, you stop occasionally to have a drink, to rest before continuing. And after nearly the whole day of walking, you notice that what you thought was just flat land now has lumps on the horizon, and that there are distant mountains here. And the fairy says that's where you're heading. The castle is on the way to those mountains. And from the castle, you'll journey into the mountains, and that it will all make sense And so with curiosity you continue, following the fairy. You stop and camp once the sun has fully set, and the next day you continue on your journey, and you can hear the thunderous rushing of water gradually approaching as you continue walking, and eventually you come to a vast river, the torrents of water pummeling down that river. And together with the fairy, you walk along the side of the river, and you can feel the spray of that water tickling your face as you walk, and the warmth of the sun warming it off your face almost as fast as it settles. And this river leads to a waterfall, and you ascend up the side of the waterfall, the fairy just flying up alongside you effortlessly as you put in the hard work to climb. And at the top of the waterfall, you can see in the distance that this river leads right to the castle. And so you continue along with the fairy, heading to that castle. And as you near the castle, you can see the bridge that goes over the water to the castle situated on an island, with that water parting and wrapping itself around the outside of the castle. And with the fairy, you head up to the door. You knock on the door and wait, the sound of that water thundering around behind you, heading off in the distance, following the river. And after a moment, the door opens in a very grand way, and you walk in to a highly echoey chamber. Each footstep you take reverberating around the walls. And you can see gold everywhere, massive paintings on the walls, light streaming in through stained glass windows, illuminating the inside of this space. Vast rugs on the floor, and the footsteps echo around the chamber till you reach the first of the rugs. Walking on the soft rugs, the sound of each step absorbed by the thickness of the rugs. so thick they're almost springy, and barely a sound can be heard from each step. And you walk towards a throne at the back of the room. And as you approach, you find it curious that whoever's on the throne seems to be shadowed from view. The light streaming in through the windows, creating coloured shards, weaving, interlacing through this room, obscure the view of whoever's on that throne. And as you get closer, so the light begins to make your eyes blink as you walk through it. And it isn't until you're out the other side, directly before that throne, that what's sitting in the throne, with a large hat hanging loosely down from their head, lifts the hat and looks over at you. And in the friendliest of voices and the most grateful of voices, they say that their name is Balsam. And you notice they're a platypus. And they jump down off the throne. They head over to you. And as they head towards you, so they pick something up off a golden table. They carry that towards you. And they hand it to you. They ask you to open it, and as you do, you see that it's a map. They tell you that they need your help, that there's a dragon which has been hoarding things from throughout the land, and there's something that they've hoarded which is of vital importance to the land. It's a lamp that brings the brightness to the land. Not the brightness like the sun, but the brightness that we all feel. That lightness of a pleasant hello, of helping someone, of being helped. And so they need you to go and get that lamp. They tell you that the woodpecker flew through space and time to arrive at your cabin, to find you, to ask you for help. And it was your curiosity that led you here. And they tell you that a gnome will help you start your journey. You'll need to follow that map, find a strange land, and recover the lamp. And you look at that map, unfurling it before you, and you can see the distance to the mountains, and you remember you were told you'll have to head to the mountains. And you do a longer sigh than you'd hoped would be noticed when you look at that map and see how far it is to go. But the platypus just tells you to follow the gnome, and you're sure you sensed a slight smile from that platypus. And so you follow that gnome that talks with a deep and almost gruff voice. And yet is encourages you to a doorway in the far left of this chamber. And so you head to that door and you follow the gnome up the stairs, those stairs spiraling up higher and higher, seemingly climbing for many, many minutes. And you think to yourself that the castle's big, but it didn't seem that high from the outside. But you continue climbing and climbing until eventually the gnome opens a door and you find yourself on the roof of the castle. And the wind is rushing around you. And the gnome tells you there's an expedient way of getting to this first point on your journey, of getting to those mountains over there. And it was felt that that would be best for you to take the quick route to the mountains. And you wonder what they're talking about as you look around the rooftop. And as they carry on talking, so you can see them holding on to something and pulling it and pulling it. And even as they're talking, their voice is straining. And they're almost trying to hide how much strain they're having. As they pull and pull and pull, and then you realize there's a giant slingshot on the roof of this mountain. And they pull that slingshot all the way back across the entire roof. And they attach it to what can only be described as a hook. And then they go to the other end of the rooftop. They look out towards the mountain. And there's a mechanism that allows this end of this slingshot to be moved along the rooftop and lined up. And you can see them working out in their head, maybe up a bit, looking back at you and working out how heavy you might be, and then making adjustments to the angle the slingshot will fire at. and then making noises like they think that'll probably be fine, and then moving the slingshot along, making subtle adjustments, squinting and looking off towards the mountains, working out the exact point they want you to aim for. They then show you over to the slingshot. And they say, just sit down here. And then they pull out a top hat. They slap the top hat and it pops out into a top hat shaped top hat. They sprinkle what you could only describe as fairy dust, because it looked just like that silvery, sparkly, shimmery dust around the fairy. And they seem to sprinkle that over the top hat. They place the top hat on your head, pat it onto your head, and they tell you, keep that on your head, you're going to need it. And with that, they don't give you time to ask questions. They just ask if you're comfortable. And before you even have time to say yes or no, they release the hook, and in a fraction of a second, you can feel the wind on your face. You can see the castle disappearing behind you. And incredibly rapidly, you can see the mountains approaching before you. And you hang on to that top hat, tighter than perhaps you thought you would. And as you get near to the mountain, so the top hat feels like it's going to come off of your head, and so you hold on to it even tighter. And then the mountain rapidly comes into view. This enormous range of mountains. And the top of the top hat suddenly explodes, and out the top of the top hat is what looks like a parachute. And as the top hat parachute opens out and unfurls above you, so the top hat seems to take hold of your hands in a firm yet delicate way. And it seems to be directing you, turning a little left, turning a little right, catching in the wind. Bit of an updraft here, a little bit more right, a little bit left, lowering down. And you can see what looks like a really old structure here in the mountains. And it seems like this top hat is guiding you into that location. And just above the ground, the parachute sucks back into the top hat, and you fall the last foot or so to the ground, landing on your feet. The top hat in your hands. You place that top hat back onto your head. as your feet land and crunch down into the snow, and the wind whistles around you. And you're just a short walk from that structure. And you look back at the map. You see you've already covered half the map, landing at the mountain. You see that this is the first marked location to head to. And it's only taken you a moment to get here, although you've no idea how you're going to get back, because you're fairly sure there isn't a return slingshot. And you walk to that structure, and you walk around the structure. You run your fingers around the wall of the structure, feeling the stonework. And you can feel that this structure is giving off a slight warmth. From the outside, it looks really old and like perhaps it isn't even in use, but it isn't to the point of ruins. You head to the door. You knock on the door, and a small window on the front of the door opens. One of those sliding metal windows, and some eyes look at you through the window, asking who you are, and you explain who you are and where you've come from. And then that window slides shut, and you hear lots of latches and clanging and clicking and sliding of locks and bolts. And then the door creaks and swings open, and you see within this space that the atmosphere in here seems slightly smoky, with particles floating in the air as the light from outside shines in the small windows, and the dim lights inside illuminate those particles in the air, and your eyes begin to adjust from the bright light outside on the mountain, where the light of the sun reflects all around you, making it extra bright, to in here where it's dim. And you look around, and it seems very lively in here. There's instantly the sound like it's a lively bar up high here in the mountains. And as you look around, so you find it slightly unusual that at every table that seems to have someone sat at it, they're all pugs. There are pugs drinking beer, pugs drinking whiskey and wine, pugs sitting at a table, gambling, perhaps playing poker. One rowdy pug suddenly jumps up on the bar. You hear some of the glasses clatter and shatter to the floor as it seems to start tap dancing and singing rowdily and pirouetting on the bar, with another pug trying to talk them down. And you see at the back of this space is an arched door with no door in that frame. Just a curtain across the space. And the curtain has some tears in it and seems like it's probably hung there for many, many years. And you walk through this space, and almost like you've got a circle around you of, yes, I'm here, look at me. You walk through the space, and the different sets of pugs just seem to stop talking and stop what they're doing, to look up at you as you walk past them, and yet once you've passed, they carry on with whatever they were doing. Even when you walk past the pug playing a really old out-of-tune piano, it stops playing for a moment while you walk past, only to continue again once you've passed it. And you walk through that curtain, just having a feeling like that's where you need to go. And through the curtain, you find a really quiet room, even more dimly lit. Just a candle on a table, and almost no movement of the air here. And sat at the table, wearing sunglasses in the dark, is a tie-dye penguin. And this tie-dye penguin seems to shimmer and sparkle, the colours dancing around their feathers, almost pulsating. And before them, they have some cards arced out in front of them, and they gesture for you to sit. And so you sit on the chair opposite this penguin, and as you sit there, so they fold up those cards, tap the cards on the table, shuffle those cards. They then ask you to handle the cards, to shuffle the cards. And as you shuffle those cards, they ask you, have a thought about the mission you're on. Think about what you'd like to achieve, the path you're on here. And imagine imbuing those cards with your mission. And so while shuffling the cards, you think about your journey, where you're going, what you've been asked to do. And then you hand the cards back, and you feel a little bit spacey, a little bit like your mind is drifting and wandering deeper and deeper. And they start to place a couple of cards out before you. And they put the rest of the cards to one side. And they turn over the first card. and they make a gentle noise of understanding. They turn over the second card. And they hesitate for a moment. And they turn over the third card. And they say they know what you need to know from this. And they look back at that first card. And they say this first card is a sign. And drawn on this card looks like a road leading to a forgotten city. And they say that card says you're going to be heading to a foreign land, somewhere you've never been before. And you're going to be going on this adventure, and you'll see signs on the way that teach you something about you while you focus on helping others. And then they move to the next card. And on this card is a row of concentric circles, a moon and a sun in the sky, and multiple circles connecting things. And they tell you that this card is an echo card. It's a card symbolizing being somewhere or doing something where what you give out comes back to you repeatedly, like an echo. And it could mean something even deeper than that. Because the next card just looks like a giant chimney, like a Victorian chimney. Smoke coming out the top, and that chimney standing tall. And they tell you that chimney symbolizes the release of something, like letting something go, or perhaps lifting something, like lifting a weight of something. And they tell you that what you need to move forward with your journey, because you're going to have to travel through the mountain pass and continue following that path to the lands beyond the mountain range, is to take a look at a specific book. And the book is in the library. And so they then show you to the back of this room, and you descend some steps, now going deeper underground, deep into the mountain. And you descend all the way down these steps. And at the base of the steps is another room. And they open the door to that room. They show you around this room. And it's a vast, cavernous library of old books, with the deep smell of those old books, with holes containing scrolls lining the outside walls, and then rows of bookshelves stretching up into the darkness overhead and off towards the back of this room, beyond as far as you can see. And they walk you through this library, knowing exactly where they're going, as if they know where every single book here is. And they find the exact book they're after. They pick up that book. They walk through this library to a table that's designed specifically for opening up old books. And they place on some white gloves and very carefully and daintily they open the book. They turn the pages, and as they do, you can hear the gentle tinkling of chimes coming from the page turns, as if the book is imbued with magic. And they turn those pages carefully, one page after the other. The sound of each page as it carefully turns, the slight smell wafting up off the book. And then they stop at a page and they start to read on that page. And they're reading to themselves, mumbling slightly as they do. And then they find the entry they're looking for. And this entry seems to be some kind of spell or incantation. And they place something on the book to hold the page open. They go and grab a tiny glass jar, and then they potter around, going to different points in this library. There are small drawers dotted all around one wall, and they open different drawers, pulling out different items. A little bit of magnolia here, a little bit of thyme there. Grabbing different items, some sunflower petals, the heart of a dandelion, a four-leaf clover, and then with a pestle and mortar they grind it all up, adding a tiny drop of water, sprinkling in a little bit of that fairy dust. Continuing to crush that up and turn it into a paste. And then with a very tiny spoon, scraping it into the bottle. Going to a special drawer that's connected to the outside through a large tube to the surface. And as they open the drawer, so you see there's some snow in the drawer, and they take just a pinch of snow. With a bit of a flourish, they drop that into the mix. a little purple puff of smoke rises from the concoction, and they swill it round a little, hand it to you, and they tell you to drink this, that this will help you on your journey. It'll help you feel comfortable as you travel through the mountain pass and into the new land. And it'll light your heart with peace and calm, lighting your way in the dark, allowing you to gently glow. And you quickly drink the liquid, and it feels so warm and comfortable to drink, bringing a deep sense of peace through your mind, through your body. They then go to one of the walls with the scrolls. They pull out one of the scrolls, and behind it is a button. They push the button, and the wall slides to the side, opening up a hidden door. They tell you this will be a quick way to skip a chunk of the mountain pass. And they wish you good luck. And so you walk through that door. You hear the door shutting, sliding behind you. You hear dripping, as if you're walking into a cave. And then you hear the sound of running water, the same kind of sound of that fast flowing river. And then the cave begins to be more illuminated, and you come out in an area where you can see and smell that flowing water. And you can feel the coolness of the water, of the spray tickling your cheeks. And it seems like the melting snow from the caps of these mountains has seeped down into these caves. And here it is flowing through the caves and probably out and down the mountainside, the other side where you want to go. And next to this river, you notice that this bit of the river has been carved and shaped. And just on the side is a wooden boat, a little bit like a kayak. And you know what you're expected to do. And so you place it just in the water, attached to the side with a bit of rope, holding it in place against the flow of the water. You climb into it, take hold of the oars, and with one single yank, you release the rope, hold on to the kayak, as suddenly the thundering water seems to almost catapult that kayak down this fast flowing river, almost like being on a water slide as it rapidly travels, and you can see the cave ceiling and walls around you flashing by rapidly while you shoot through this cave in a straight line, holding the oars, holding the kayak, travelling steeply down this river. And after many minutes, suddenly the kayak bursts out from the exit of this cave, jumps down a small waterfall, splashing down onto the river below, then does the same down another small waterfall, and then another small waterfall, each small waterfall landing in a wider river than where you just came from, and so each river being slightly calmer than the one before, until eventually you land down in a calm river that's barely pushing the kayak along. And so you start to paddle through the water, finding that this side of the mountains is dense forest. It's so lush. The rains are probably trapped predominantly this side of the mountain. And you can hear the sounds of nature around you. Feel the warmth of this environment, the sound of each stroke with the oars, pushing through the water, the left and the right, the feeling of that water pushing back against those oars, pushing on the left and the right, as the kayak moves carefully and slowly along this river. And you continue on for some time until you start to get tired and the sun starts to set. And with that, you pull up to the side. You climb out of the kayak, drag it up onto the shore. You tie it to a nearby tree. You then craft a hammock between two trees. You rest in that hammock, thinking about the day, about your time here, about everything that's happened since you're just lazily sat in front of a fireplace. You put your hand in your pocket and you feel that shiny stone and all that has brought to you so far. As you drift and float so peacefully and deeply asleep to the slight swaying of that hammock. And the next morning, you climb down out of the hammock, you pack that away. You look at the map and see where you are. You work out how far you have still to go. And you continue your journey along the river. And after journeying for some time, so the river leads to a lake, and you can see the lake on the map, and you know this is the place to stop. You're here in this strange land, and you look around, and yet it seems familiar and comfortable and just slightly mysterious. And following the map, you head away from the lake, heading deeper and deeper into the forest, crunching through the undergrowth, pushing past branches, ducking and weaving around trees. Smelling the scent of the forest, the intermingling of different smells. Until eventually you find a rocky structure, and you know that this is what you've been looking for. And at the front of this structure is a small pile of rubble, so you move that rubble out the way. You begin to descend into this structure, and as you descend, your body gently glows, illuminating this space. The slight dripping of distant water, and you continue walking with your body illuminating the space until you find a door, and above the door it says pathway to the room of nothingness. And you walk through that door, following the pathway. And then you open a door, and the sign above the door just says room of nothingness. You walk into that room, and as you do, it feels like the strangest experience. You stop being aware of each footstep. You can no longer feel the ground beneath your feet, yet you don't feel like you're falling. There seems to be no up, no down, no left, no right. You look around you, there's no back or forth, just a nothingness, a very comfortable nothingness, where your body feels effortless and weightless. That glow of your body just fades into the nothingness. The stress and tension on your body from all the walking, all the journeying, fades away. Any discomfort you feel fades away into nothingness. Any discomfort in the mind, body, through the head, the arms, the legs, just seems to fade into nothingness, almost as if the nothingness is absorbing everything. And yet you feel like you're still walking. There's just nothing here. And then in the distance of nothing, you hear what sounds like deep, powerful breathing. And you find, sleeping in nothing, a dragon And you can hear that dragon breathing in and out, deeply and powerfully. And you slowly approach that dragon, and around them and around you there just seems to be nothing. No ground, no ceiling, no walls. And yet they're at the same level as you and sleeping. And you're approaching them. And as you get closer, so your glow begins to touch their face. And it alerts their eyes, and they gradually wake up. And in a deep voice, they ask who you are, why you're here, and you explain about the lamp, the importance of the lamp, and how this dragon had taken the lamp. And they say in their deep and booming voice that they didn't realize the lamp was so important. They're going through a process of transformation. And this here, this nothingness, is like the cocoon they're in while transforming. And to transform, they go through a stage of hoarding, gathering up objects, different materials that they find, almost like nest building. And the transformation creates a space of nothingness from which to happen. It's not something people normally see or witness. And now they're more awake, where normally they'd sleep all the way through the transformation. They tell you they'll give you the lamp. And so you get handed that lamp, which they hand you from behind them. They then say they're more awake than they should be for their process to happen. They now need your help to be able to drift back asleep, to let the process happen. And so they ask you to guide them back asleep. And so you ask them to close their eyes. You say, just focus on the sound of my voice. And as you focus on the sound of my voice, just imagine my voice is gently moving around in your head, like it's on a carousel, with fairy lights dancing around your head as you follow those fairy lights and hear some gentle, calming sleep music like a lullaby in the distance, so faint you can only just about hear it. As your ears try to focus on that gentle lullaby in the distance, and as you focus on that gentle lullaby with your ears, watching those fairy lights on the carousel, weave around you, undulating up and down, up and down, like they're undulating with each breath that you take, up and down deeper, up and down deeper and deeper. As you watch that happening, so notice the way your eyelids are getting heavier and heavier, in the same way that your head is becoming heavier, like your neck and your breathing, all the way deeper and more relaxed asleep. And you help to guide the dragon back asleep. You notice as you watch them the way their breathing is relaxing. The occasional twitch they give as they release what they don't want from within their body, drifting deeper and more relaxed, all the way asleep. And while they drift deeper asleep now, you notice something unusual. The transformation is beginning. As you watch, a glow, sparkling, twinkling, begins to happen around them, and out from them it looks like there's light emanating in patterns from their body, pulsating away from their body, almost like echoes of spirits, like ethereal beings, pulsing, echoing, moving like balls of light out from their body. And those balls of light begin to form and take the shape of small dragons, ethereal looking dragons, with just a hint of colour within the balls of light, flying in this space of nothingness. As that dragon sleeps and dreams, as those balls of light, those ethereal dragons, begin to become more physical, as you watch the birth of new dragons, the birth of this new life. And after the process has ended, so the dragon comes back around again, awakens as the nothingness dissipates slowly, carefully, and you find that you're in a space, in a clearing, in the middle of the forest, and the dragon is just resting here in this clearing, and the young dragons are flying around it, a bit haphazardly at first as they get used to flying for the first time. And the dragon explains this is how dragons are born. The dragon goes to sleep, into a special kind of sleep, and out of the spirit of the dragon, more dragons are created. And the dragon agrees to give you a lift back to the castle. And so you climb on the dragon's back it launches powerfully into the air, flapping its wings, followed by a horde of baby dragons, trying to keep up, rapidly flapping their wings. And it powerfully flies over the mountains, flies all the way back to the castle, lands down on the roof of the castle. You climb off with that lamp. You thank the dragon, it launches off. You descend all those spiral stairs. And you hand over this lamp. And the gnome takes the lamp, lights the lamp again, places the lamp into what looks like a pedestal with a glass dome casing. And that dome casing is positioned in such a way that it seems to make air get sucked in underneath through gaps within the stone, making that air swirl, making the lamp even more powerful, and the light of the lamp begins to shimmer and sparkle and shine brighter and brighter until it's almost like the light of the sun, too bright to look directly at, and yet emanating magic to all beings, to the hearts of all beings. And you get thanked for your work and told that it's probably time you find your way home. They say that you can find your way home the way you found your way here. And you go over to a fireplace, you sit down by the fireplace, you relax to a cozy chair. You place that shiny stone next to you near the fireplace, and you wait patiently, and wait, and wait, until you notice a light beginning to emanate from the stone, and what looks like a hologram forming before you. Do you recognize it as being your room? And you're told to remember, take that stone with you in case you want to return ever. You're always welcome here. And so you walk through that portal, finding yourself back in your room, hearing the crackling of your fireplace, seeing that most cozy of chairs. You walk around to the side of the portal, you pick up that stone, and you place it on a different location. You put it on a windowsill where it's not in direct line of any sun, and it's away from the fire. And you sit for a while by the fire in that cozy armchair, relaxing deeply and comfortably, pondering the experience you've had. And as night drapes itself over the land outside, So you head to bed, settle down in bed, and drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into Slumberland. And this is a bedtime story about Father Time. And Father Time spent most of their time standing in a house. And this house was like a large cabin in a pine forest. And Father Time stood in the corridor of the house, just a few paces down from the front door. And most of the time, Father Time was a grandfather clock, or so the people who lived in this house thought. They would come and go, and Father Time would stand tall and proud in that corridor, ticking and tocking, the pendulum swinging comfortably side to side, marking out each second that passes. The hands on the face, moving carefully around that face. The minute hand, just leisurely pacing around the clock face. And the hour hand doing so even more leisurely. And on every hour, Father Time let the house know. There'd be the whirring, spinning to life of cogs inside that grandfather clock, like it's coming to life for a moment. And then a bell would chime within it. And that bell would chime out a certain rhythm, and then a ding or a dong for each hour that hour hand is pointed at. And every time the minute hand moves a quarter of the way round, that clock would whir and come to life and play out a small piece of song in a slightly discordant tune. And there'd be something endearing about that sound. But a lot of the time, those who lived in this cabin would be away and the house would be empty, the only sound being that clock. And most of the time, Father Time spent their time ticking and tocking in this corridor. And the interesting thing for Father Time was that time didn't really have the same meaning as it does to others, because Father Time was time. And Father Time was thus timeless. And so to Father Time no time would pass, as time passed for everyone else, until Father Time decided to slow down, because Father Time would exist at the rate and speed of time. In the same way that we exist at the speed of light, we just don't really realize it. And Father Time exists at the speed of time, and it's only when Father Time slows right down that Father Time then enters the material world. And one day, when it's cold outside and the snow has settled across the land and in the trees, and silence echoed around the cabin, Father Time slowed down and awoke. And as Father Time awoke, so the grandfather clock transformed into a 7-foot man, Father Time, wearing a long brown coat like rugged leather, worn through the ages, giving a look almost like the wood of that grandfather clock. And a large, droopy brown hat, and long brown hair, and a kind and timeless face. And as Father Time appeared here, so time to everyone here appeared to stop. But no one whose time stops knows that time has stopped, because to them it's just a moment. And Father Time has a reason for being here. And they walk around the house, their boots echoing on the wooden floor. They look through the window and can see snowflakes hanging in the air like crystal stars, each one delicate, different to every other. And Father Time heads upstairs and looks around upstairs and can see an exquisite clock on a shelf in one of the bedrooms, mid-tick or perhaps tock. That wooden clock with a flat bottom that's wide and narrow, that's arched like a bridge over a river. With a clock face right in the centre, holding its time, waiting to start again. as Father Time continues looking around and heads into another bedroom, and then a third, and then pulls down a ladder from the loft and heads up into the loft. And in the loft, Father Time finds a picture in a picture frame and picks up that picture and turns it over, unhooks the back to be able to look at the back of the picture in the picture frame, and there's some writing, just a small list of numbers. And Father Time remembers those numbers, puts that back on the picture frame, heads out of the loft and closes the hatch, and heads down and out of the front of the cabin, walking through that crisp snow, the sound of each step crunching underfoot, walking through the snowflakes hanging in the air, his body pushing them aside, those snowflakes in front of his face, tickling around his nose, his cheeks, feeling the coolness of the air as he walks. And he walks away from that cabin, heading into the woods, with those numbers memorized. And while he walks through the woods, occasionally brushing against branches of the trees, knocking the snow off those trees as it cascades to the floor, and with a dull thud lands in small heaps on the floor. And it's only the bits that he touches that temporarily get imbued with the power of time, almost like his movement creates an aura of time just around him, like a slight cloud of time that allows him to interact with those things right next to him. And allows him to be able to move through this space and to experience this space. And Father Time walks deeper and deeper into this pine forest. A scent of pine gently wafting from the nearby trees as he passes. And as he walks, he's following the coordinates, those numbers in his mind. And so from time to time he makes turns, changing direction. He knows where he is and where he's going. And he continues walking through this pine forest until eventually he finds a wide stream, and it's quite shallow, and it's mid-flow. And he steps at the edge of the stream where there's ice along the side, his foot cracking that ice gently, the sound of that ice breaking with the pressure of his foot, and the water beneath his foot flowing slightly. And he starts to follow this stream. And as he walks along the edge of the stream, so the stream flows gently alongside him. And there's a very slight, unusual pattern in the water as the water behind dips down, as the movement tapers off behind him towards a bit of stream that's not moving, while the water in front bulges up slightly, where the water where he is moving, and catches up with the water which is stationary. But with each step, that point of stationary water is moving gradually further away, and so there's always this slight bulge of water, keeping about the same distance in front of him at all times. And he follows this stream until eventually he comes to a gentle waterfall, like waterfall down a row of comfortable, gently descending steps. And he walks down the side of the waterfall. And he's curious about the waterfall. He likes the sound of waterfalls, and so he reaches over, crouching down, and he places his hand gently into the water partway down that waterfall, and the water begins flowing. And it's flowing around his hand and flowing down, and he can hear the trickling, flowing waterfall sound. And he can feel the coolness of that water around his hand, creating the most comfortable numbness in the hand, like a pleasant blueness setting in through his hand, bringing comfort and calmness from his hand up through his arm, and then down through his body, almost like the waterfall is washing away any negativity, any worries, any pain or discomfort of any kind. Like water just seems to naturally be healing now. And down near this waterfall, he can smell the fresh smell of that water. And he continues following this stream. And as he follows the stream, so it seems to be getting deeper and deeper. And as it's getting deeper and deeper, it's getting wider and wider, turning into more of a river than a stream. And the landscape begins to open up. And it's still filled with snow, but there's more of a clearing here. The sun able to shine more onto the snow, making the surface of that snow glisten and shine. And then he sees just around a corner in the clearing, the first signs of a structure. And it's a bulbous, tall, red windmill. And on the side of the windmill is a water wheel, and this river is flowing straight to that water wheel and then descending down a drop just past the water wheel. And at the moment, everything is stationary because there's no time over there. And so he heads over towards that windmill. He crosses a bridge to the other side of the river. And he walks into that windmill. And inside the windmill, he can now hear it whirring to life. His time emanating to the inside of this windmill. And he finds what it is he's looking for. That this windmill is actually a Faraday cage. And he's placed in this Faraday cage. And being in the Faraday cage means that time outside of this windmill starts back up again, because his influence isn't penetrating through the Faraday cage. And what is inside the windmill starts back up because it's close enough to him for it to have time. And so he goes to the center of this windmill. And in the center of the windmill is a radio, and it's an old-fashioned radio that's been here for probably a couple of generations. And he turns on that radio. And he begins to turn the dial, and it's crackling and clicking until eventually the sound of a radio show appears on the radio, seemingly impossibly, from within inside a Faraday cage. And there's a tinny voice speaking on that radio show. And Father Time listens to that voice and keeps listening and listening, looking out for something very specific, a point where the voice repeats. And then that voice repeats, and Father Time realizes, and it confirms the voice is on a loop, and it's a message contained within the rhythm of the voice. It's a code. And so the rhythm of the voice, Father Time understands and works out that code, that rhythm. And then begins to move a few levers around. Change some of those cogs to new locations, to doing new jobs as the windmill turns. And the inside of the windmill begins to now generate electricity. And this current whirs up, whirring louder and louder. And a circle of metal begins to spin. And electricity begins to jump around that circle of metal. And then begins to arc to the Faraday cage. And Father Time just stands there as it whirs up. And then he goes over to where the wheel is at the side, makes some changes there, adding extra power from the water that's powering that. And it continues to whir louder and louder until the electricity is arcing and jumping so much it's almost just like a continuous blue spark emanating entirely from around that ring. And then in a flash, all of the machinery continues, and yet there's silence and just a big black space in the middle of this Faraday cage inside this red windmill. And Father Time walks towards that big black space, passes through the space, and comes out in a different reality. And in this reality, time is ticking along as usual. Grass is blowing in the breeze. Trees are rustling. Clouds are passing overhead. And a cat is sat, just sleeping in this meadow. And Father Time walks through this meadow, away from that infinitely black space behind him, just hovering in the air. And the cat glances up and notices him, and so comes over and introduces themselves. And they introduce themselves as Louis. They say that they're the gatekeeper here. And Father Time reaches down, pets Louis, says who they are, and Louis says that they'd like to be followed. They ask Father Time to follow. Father Time walks along beside the cat. As the cat walks away from the meadow, through some beautiful woodland, carpeted with the springiest, softest moss, almost like walking on the softest bed as a child. Until eventually, through this woodland, Louis shows Father Time to an entire village built within the trees, high up in the trees, around the middles of the trees, across the floor of this woodland. And there's a dog hanging out some washing. There's a dog doing some laundry, scrubbing down some clothes. There's a badger wrapped up snugly in the most colourful patchwork quilt, just sleeping on a bed made of ferns, almost like a hammock hanging outside, a house built into a tree. And as Louis shows Father Time through this village in the woods, Louis shows Father Time all the way to a small little house right at the back of the village. And Father Time crouches down as low as he can go, and the cat sits down, and Father Time taps with one finger on the door of this house. And a cricket, using a match like a staff, opens the door and introduces themselves and says that their name is Tinsel. And Tinsel says that it was known that Father Time was visiting. It's been known for a long time that Father Time was going to visit, and that they'll go and get what they came for. And they ask Father Time to hold their staff for a moment as they pop back into their home. And they come out with a seed which to them is almost like someone carrying a melon. And with a finger and a thumb, Father Time takes that seed and Tinsel says that you'll need to go through the rest of the woods and you'll find some old ruins. And the old ruins are kind of an illusion. And when you get to those old ruins, plant that seed, apply some water and wait. And so Father Time leaves here continues on through this woodland. Sounds of birds singing in the trees, rustling leaves. The light so delicately dancing before Father Time. Eventually passing out the other side of the woods, following a dirt track, until eventually finding their way to what seems like some old ruins. And these ruins are covered in moss and look like they've been ruins for a very long time. And Father Time should know the impact of time. And with one hand, they dig a small hole in what looks like the perfect dirt location. They place that single seed, cover that over. They walk down to the stream that's passing through this area, and it's barely more than a trickle. They gather up some of that water just between their two hands, carefully carrying that over to that seed, pulling their hands apart as that water soaks into the mud. And then they sit down and cross their legs and wait and wait and wait. And as they wait, they don't know how long they'll be waiting for. How long does it take for a plant to grow if the seed is the seed of a plant? And they continue waiting as the sun sets, the moon rises, the moon sets, the sun rises, the sun sets, day after day, and they sit there so relaxed, so focused, just waiting patiently, like they've got all the time in the world, until they notice the tiniest little hint of green poking up from the mud, drawing their focus in deeper as they continue to watch. And day after day, that tiny bit of green turns into a stalk, gets wider, gets some leaves, grows taller, gets some more leaves and grows even taller still, growing taller and thicker and taller, getting some more leaves, showing signs at the top, like a flower may well end up growing. And after a very long period of time, the flower begins to open, and the flower is now at the same height as a standing Father Time. And it opens one day with the most incredible yellow petals that are almost velvet to the touch, and the sweetest scent, triggering a deep sense of relaxation. And once the flower has fully opened, the sun catches those petals and seems to almost direct the sunlight to a point in the front of the flower. And seems to begin to transform the front of that flower as it begins to change from being soft and almost fluffy to beginning to harden up, and then gradually becoming smoother and smoother. And over the course of a few days, during each day while the sun shines on the flower, that hardens up and gets smoother and smoother, until eventually it starts developing an unusual sheen, like a giant pearl, hugged by the petals of that flower. And then one day, the head of the flower just seems to slump forward a little, as if it's time. And that giant pearl just falls to the ground and just thuds down onto the ground, almost like a giant ball bearing. It was so heavy, it didn't seem to even bounce, it just thudded down into the ground. And then the petals started to wither, and Father Time leant down and with a little bit of effort picked up that pearl, took the pearl over to the small stream and washed the outside of that pearl just to clean off any bits of mud. And while rubbing the outside of the pearl, Father Time was able to notice that contained within the pearl looked like a hologram of an entire galaxy, silently spiraling around. And Father Time lifted that up, held it up in front of the sun to see if the sunlight shining through that pearl would manage to light it up enough to see the inside clearer. But what happened instead is Father Time began to notice something strange happening. Their legs seemed to almost root themselves in place. Their arm seemed to root itself in place, almost like a thick branch of a strong oak tree. That pearl resting at the end of their hand. Their eyes fixed firmly on that galaxy in that pearl, as the sun seemed to shine the light now, with the light starting to spread out like a cone towards Father Time, around Father Time's face, bringing warmth to his face. And he found himself feeling a sensation of lightness in the light, a sensation of drifting and floating, of his body becoming so still it was almost as if he was unaware of it, almost like he was a consciousness in space as his body relaxed there, or like his body stopped being something he was aware of while his mind wandered and drifted into space, as it seemed to be beamed through consciousness into the pearl towards that galaxy. And almost like a timeless experience, his consciousness passed into the pearl. He saw that galaxy off before him. He had a sense of his consciousness accelerating rapidly towards that galaxy, seeing the stars gradually seem to spread wider apart. As he headed into the stars of the galaxy and seemed to be heading towards one very specific star, about 2/3 from the center of this galaxy. And he had no control of this. He just enjoyed the experience of going with this flow. Knowing this was his mission. Until eventually he could make out the star and the planets around that star and realized he was on course for one of those planets. And he could see that planet had some moons. As he finally touched down on that planet. But it took him a moment to begin to adapt to being here on this planet. He arrived as a consciousness, and as he looked down at his body, he realized that the body he seemed to be creating with his consciousness wasn't necessarily the body that was left back holding that pearl. His body was a little more than a foot shorter. And he felt that he looked very different, although he could only see his arms, his legs, and what he could see by looking down at himself. But he felt this was a very different type of body and an opportunity to learn what it's like to be roaming around from someone else's perspective. And he looked around himself, trying to figure out where he was, where he should go. What, perhaps, drew him here. And as he looked around, he could hear the sound of something flying in the sky. Just beyond, the hills nearby, and then from over the hills, he saw a dragon, its wings powerful, each beat thrusting a strong sound to his ears. It swooped around, and he could feel the rush of air as it passed by, and it circled and landed, and in the friendliest of voices, it greeted him. It said that his name is Scooter, and it said that you are here because you're a hero. And Father Time felt like they're no kind of hero. They've never done anything they would see as heroic. But Scooter said that you are a hero. You just don't know it yet. It's been told that you'll be here. It's been told that you are a hero. Everything that will ever happen has already been mapped out. You just don't know that yet. And Father Time didn't question this because there was a lot of strange things that had already happened. And they are perhaps a magical being that they control time. And the green dragon had a carpet resting on its back, more like a rug just resting there. And it reached around and pulled that rug off its back. And it told Father Time to climb onto the rug and keep up. And then ran a few paces before launching into the air and flapping his wings, as Father Time just stood by the rug. And Scooter circled round and called down that you need to lay the rug out and just sit on it and think about where you want to go. And Father Time laid that rug on the ground, sat on the rug, and thought about following Scooter. And while thinking about following Scooter, the rug raised up into the air, and with a bit of a jolt, chased after the dragon as it flew. And the dragon flew, flapping its wings, flying up as high as the clouds, weaving through those clouds, diving through those clouds like dolphins diving through waves. Father Time just flew up through the clouds once, and then flew above those clouds, looking down on them undulating below, watching as Scooter weaved up and down, spinning around, splashing down through the clouds, spiraling up through the clouds, turning his belly to the sky, arching his back, and heading backwards down through those clouds, almost playing in the air. As Father Time followed along, And then after some time, Scooter dived down through the clouds and said, "Follow me." And so Father Time dived down and followed. And once below those clouds, Father Time saw this most incredible scene. A vast forest, weaving rivers, a tall rock sticking up in the middle of that forest. Around the rock were waterfalls coming down from a lake on top of the rock, and on top of the rock was the most incredible looking palace with narrow and tall towers, tall spires on those towers, really grand, and an almost pure white contrasting against all the colour, and a moat around the base of that palace, fading into the lake, and the waterfalls flowing and tumbling down the side of the rock face, and a path that seemed to spiral from the ground around the rock face from the bottom, a very long and winding road all the way to the top. And as they circled this palace, so Father Time could see a rope ladder hanging down one side, an almost impossibly long rope ladder from the palace all the way down to the forest floor, way, way below. And Father Time called out to Scooter, asking who would ever use that rope ladder. And Scooter said that there is one here who says they just don't have the patience to walk all the way round, over and over again, spiralling up to get to the palace. They'd rather work hard and direct and just climb from the base to the top. And said that you may meet them. Their name is Mongoose, and they're an unusual character. And around the base, among the forest, is dotted dwellings, like many small villages, and some larger structures, all dwarfed by this giant rock and that palace. And Scooter comes into land, weaving down to the palace. And almost skids to a halt on the almost polished palace floor, just outside the main palace door. As Father Time focuses on safely and without sliding landing that rug, which comes to a steady stop, and he rolls up the rug and hands it back to Scooter. And Scooter says, "You may need it later," and hands it back. And so Father Time takes a belt and attaches it to them, just around their back. And then Scooter says, you need to go to the palace and knock on the door. And he goes over to the palace. He knocks 3 times on the door, each one reverberating and echoing through that door and through the palace the other side. And after his 3rd knock, he hears chanting beginning the other side, and the sounds of people milling around, almost like they're getting into position for something. And then with a click and a clank, the doors swing open either side. And just as they do, 2 large confetti cannons seem to explode off either side, confetti spraying high into the air, and then slowly descending, covering everything in small bits of paper in all colours. And people cheering, and people chanting. And it seems like there's a celebration going on. And Father Time seems to be the one being celebrated. But they haven't done anything yet. And so they walk along this path made for them, up to some steps where there's a queen sat on a throne, and the queen's face is beaming. And they say that you're here to help us. You just don't know how yet. And Father Time is a little curious. And the Queen turns to a scribe who stood beside them. And the scribe shows some writing in a book that tells the story of Father Time's arrival, and that Father Time will arrive just in time to help. And then says we worked it out on the mystical abacus, while looking over their shoulder at a sparkling, twinkling abacus near the wall, with thousands of small parts that have been moved left or right in different ways. And Father Time doesn't understand the abacus or what it is they're supposed to do. And the Queen says you have a skill that makes you the only one that can do what you're going to do. And they say they've got some gear for Father Time that they know Father Time will need. And they hand Father Time a bag of pipes. And Father Time takes that bag, and they're heavy and clanking next to him. And they say that you need to descend beneath the palace. You're the only one that can do this. You need to descend to the room deep under the palace, so deep it's lower than the surrounding forest. And down there, you need to build a certain object and use that object, and it will restore balance to the entire galaxy. This galaxy was captured out of time. It was plucked from the universe by a higher being and stored almost like a plaything, like an ornament for this higher being. And you're here to return that balance, to disconnect this galaxy and place it back into the universe. And only you have the skills, and so Father Time heads off with that bag, unsure exactly what it is that they'll be doing. They head through the palace, and they begin to descend, walking down many steps, going deeper and deeper under the palace, seemingly walking for a ridiculously long time, further and further, deeper and deeper, spiraling gently down under the palace, until they eventually come to a door. They carefully open that door with a creak. They walk into the room here, and in the middle of the room is nothing. As they place the bag down on the floor, and they take the pipes out of that bag, they look around the room, and they see that most of the room is curved. The ceiling is arched over. And they head to the only flat wall in this room. They lie all those pipes out on the ground. They begin to organise those pipes by size, and then start to build. They can see some markings on the wall, like something was here before. And as they start to build, so it seems to take a long time. And so they think about whether they can invoke their power over time to stop time while they work. As they focus and focus, they imagine a clock face in their mind. They imagine their time as a grandfather clock, the ticking and tocking of the pendulum as it swings left and right, left and right. And they have this sense of it swinging left and right, stopping slightly, taking a bit longer with each swing, until they have this sense of it swinging left and stopping and not swinging back. And then they open their eyes, keeping hold of this state. And they find they can't hear any sounds. They tap one of the pipes softly on the ground, and no echo comes from the walls, so they know that time is only around them. And if they go a little bit away from them, the time fades to being stopped, so the sound isn't managing to make it to the walls and back again. And they know now they have all the time they need to build whatever it is they need to build. As they start organising those pipes, largest to smallest, they start attaching them to the walls. They see some wood on the ground against one of the walls. They get that wood and they start shaping the wood and attaching the wood and the pipes together, building it up. And after what for them is a very long time, but for everyone else here, it's just no time at all. They manage to completely build an organ attached to this wall, and they play some of the notes, that sensation of pushing down on the keys, as at the same time they release time again, and the sound of the organ reverberates around the chamber. The walls begin to almost shake. They play different chords, different notes, and they notice that this chamber is almost like the chamber of a bell. And they try different combinations until they hit on the one that seems to synchronize and resonate with this space, causing this whole space to begin to create a note of its own. And they start to play around that note with different frequencies that synchronize with that note, so that before the note has faded, more different notes and combinations mix and merge, and the most beautiful sound begins to form around them, resonating up the chamber to the tip and then back down on them, getting it so that the notes resonate just right, that as they cross, as the sound waves pass, they enhance each other, and they play and almost go into a trance, playing this organ. And then this entire space begins to vibrate at a much higher frequency. And while it vibrates and sound oscillates, so the walls start to go fuzzy, as if vibrating up and down rapidly, and that fuzz begins to turn into almost like a fog surrounding them, descending with the notes, like a song carried through that fog, filling this space. And then that fog gets denser and denser, and then gradually seems to spread out. And then as it dissipates, so the wall around them seems to change. As they look around, so they see not just this reality, but they see this whole reality beginning to vibrate and shift and resonate, almost like the entire galaxy is one giant musical instrument, with every star having its own sound, like every star is a member of an orchestra, and every planet is a musical instrument played by that member of the orchestra. And as this one planet resonates like the musical instrument it is. So that begins to make the planets around it start to resonate and play in synchrony. Like the star with these planets is playing its tune. And then the stars around that star start joining in this song, and then the stars around that star, like a ripple of music spreading out, while this playing just goes on here on this organ. Father Time just plays a song, playing from their heart. Until eventually they notice that the entire galaxy is playing a tune, and there's a harmonic resonance flowing through that galaxy, flowing at the speed of time, filling the galaxy, reverberating, bouncing around the edge of the galaxy and back to the center, almost pulsing back and forth like the whole galaxy is breathing. As if that breathing then starts taking on a life of its own. And Father Time stops playing, and yet the music continues all by itself. And as Father Time backs up away from the organ and heads to the door to this room, they notice that the sound they could hear, the music, that whole experience was contained to just being in this room. That once they back out of the room, they're unaware of it, like that was the chamber for this planet. And they ascend all those steps, finding their way back to the Queen. And the Queen says that change is happening, that their astronomers have already started reporting that they're seeing hazy images in the sky, as galaxies they could once see are returning to view. And it's only because Father Time can control time that they're the right one to be able to help. And their knowledge that everything that can be has already happened. You just don't know it yet. Means they knew this was going to happen. So the celebration took place on arrival. And Father Time was handed the most beautiful flute in a red case, lined with purple velvet, and told that any time in the future, when you're back in your time and your place, that you want to connect with anything in this galaxy, just play the flute and let your soul play through the flute. Just let the notes flow. And when you do that, you'll fall into a harmonic resonance with this place, and you'll find yourself here in this palace. And Father Time left and used the flying carpet to follow the dragon, to follow Scooter back the way they came. And then they sat down and they were told that to return your consciousness and take that flute with you. You just need to have a drink of these special herbs and spices. And so they scrunched up those herbs and spices, mixed them in some boiling water, and sat there with a cup and saucer and very daintily drunk that drink. And they noticed, while drinking the drink, that the drink had that sweet smell of the environment after it's rained, that smell of rain on soil, or when the ground is being warmed by the sun gently. And they found themselves closing their eyes to breathe in that smell from the cup. And as they breathed in that smell from the cup, so they started to hear birds singing. And they carefully opened their eyes and could feel their body starting to shift and move. Their arm was outstretched. The hand was now empty. There was no galaxy in a pearl in their hand. Their arm started to loosen up, and so did their shoulders and their back, and their neck all the way down to their feet as they relaxed. And they then returned back the way they came, stopping briefly to talk to Tinsel, to talk to Louis, to look around that village. And Louis handed them a pine cone for good luck, said this will bring you good luck in the future. As they walked all the way back the way they came, passed through that jet black space of nothingness, back into the red windmill, powered down all the machine, found their way back to that cabin, and back in the cabin, they walked over to the wall. They placed the flute in the cupboard under the stairs. They stood against the wall, closed their eyes, and had that sense of themselves turning back to that grandfather clock, ticking time as they went, just drifting into the consciousness of their mind, like their mind drifts and floats. While their body remains there, their mind drifts and floats, peacefully, so relaxed, into Slumberland, curious what future adventures might await. And in this bedtime story, there's a woman with a pet ferret. And she goes out one day, walking down her garden path, leaving the small gate at the end of the path. Her ferret on a little lead, walking alongside her, every now and then just glancing up at her, and then tootling along beside her, its legs rapidly moving as she strides along the pavement. And she walks that ferret along that pavement, along the side of the fronts of all the properties, some with fences, some with hedges, the occasional car passing by. And from time to time she finds herself drifting into her mind, drifting into daydreams while she walks. And as she walks and daydreams, so she can feel the lead sometimes go a bit tighter as the ferret stops walking, just for a moment or two. Other times, the lead hanging loose and limp as the ferret trots along beside her. And she walks to the end of the road and then turns down a small country lane and begins walking down that country lane, walking off the road and onto a very different surface, onto hardened mud, the occasional leaf and some twigs cracking beneath her feet, sounds of birds singing in the trees and the hedgerows, the sun shining across fields, catching in the tops of the trees, casting dappled light, dancing on the path before her as she continues to walk. And she makes this journey every day, normally twice a day. The two of them going out for these walks. While she walks, so she comes to an area where the hedgerow breaks for a moment, and there's just fence, just for a small gap. And she often stops at that point, rests her arms on the fence, and gazes out across the fields as they undulate away from her. The slight breeze blowing across the grass, creating a shimmering, wavy effect of light and dark green moving across the fields. And beyond the fields, there's the blue sky and some white, fluffy clouds. just gently floating by, sometimes taking the forms of different animals, like an elephant in the sky, perhaps turning into a rabbit, and then maybe into a pelican, before beginning to fizzle out, just gently passing overhead. And as she gazes across the fields, so she can see 2 white horses in the field. And once one of them notices her, it stops eating and starts walking towards her, gently bobbing its head slightly up and down as it walks, whipping its tail slightly from time to time, just to move away the flies. And the occasional sound of the horse doing a long out breath, like it's trying to relax deeper as it walks over. The sound of its hoofs on the solid ground under that grass. And both horses come over, and she pets them, strokes their nose, pats the side of their neck, feeling the warmth, the texture of the horse's hair on the side of its neck, the feeling of its mane, feeling the warmth of its breath. And she notices there's something different about these white horses. They seem to be almost glowing ever so slightly. In a way that's almost imperceptible, to the extent that she can't quite tell if they're just highly reflective or giving off the light themselves. And then one of the horses nudges her slightly, as if to try and communicate something. And she seems to have this feeling like the horse is asking her to climb over that fence. And she has a pouch in her top, and so she picks up the ferret, sits it gently in the pouch, its little head poking out the top, its 2 front paws resting, just to look around and see what's going on. She then rests her hands on the top of the fence, lifts herself up and perches herself on the top, swings her legs over and drops down the other side, as the horses step back just a little to give her some room to come into the field with them. And then both horses turn and start walking away, then burst into a trot and then into a canter, heading around in a semicircular direction. And and then reaching a gallop. And they seem to be shining and sparkling brighter and brighter, almost as if they're leaving a trail of lights behind them as they go. And the sparkling light begins to surround them as they gallop along. And then both, as they cross in front of each other, simultaneously seem to leap into the air. And as they do, in a bright flash of light, both seem to gain wings, and they fly round and land back down, trotting to a stop with the softest wings that she's ever felt, like the wings of an owl. And then one of the horses nudges her as if to try to nudge her towards their back. And so she walks along its side. She jumps up and sits on the horse, her legs just in front of its wings, resting her hands on the side of its neck. As both horses again begin to trot, canter and then gallop through the field, before carrying on, galloping but now up into the air, circling around, getting higher and higher, as the woman holds on tighter and tighter. And the ferret looks on with intrigue and excitement, watching the world down there, having never seen the world from so high up, having this new view of that land below. And then the horses line up one behind the other and continue to speed up faster and faster until a light begins to form in front of and around those horses, in streaks of light, seeming to flash all around them. And then suddenly there's a sound like thunder, like a single crack of thunder. And then there's darkness. And silence. And then in that darkness, the woman notices stars overhead, of a strange, different night sky. A night sky of stars she's not familiar with. And she's looking around at that night sky, unsure where she is. She can still feel that horse beneath her, still feel the movement of its wings, still hear them flapping, and notice the sparkling appearing around the feet of the horse when she looks over and realizes that it's as if the horse is cantering along on a beam of light. On a beam of light that's shimmering and sparkling. As it begins to descend towards the landscape below, and in the darkness, with no moon in this sky, The woman can't work out what the landscape below looks like. All she's aware of is that there's a slight absence of stars on the horizon. And so on the horizon, there must be either forest or woodland, or perhaps distant hills or mountains obscuring the bottom part of the night sky. But the horse finds its way down to the ground, and both horses land on the ground, cantering along the ground, and then trotting, and then coming to a halt and resting up by a tree. And the woman can hear some running water, and there's a very slight glow still coming from these horses, enough for them to light this tiny area, so she can see that it looks like there's grass beneath them. There's the tree they've landed next to, and there must be a river or a stream quite close to this tree. And the horse bows its head again, and she dismounts. And the horse then nudges her gently in a direction, as if to encourage her to walk, nuzzling her forward. And so she just begins to walk in that direction, curious about the experience, where she is and where she's going, but trusting of these horses. And so as she walks along, barely able to see, she walks quite close to the water. She can't yet see the water, but she makes sure that she can hear it flowing and keeping the sound of that flowing at the same kind of distance from her. And as she walks, so the sound of the flowing gets a little louder, as if the water is flowing faster. And then she notices a slight glow in the distance. And as she continues walking, she sees that as this water is moving faster, it's starting to glow. It's bubbling along, and the bubbles seem like bubbles of light, like rainbows sparkling up and flowing through this water, until eventually all of the water is now illuminated and multicoloured, flowing downstream. The white water on the surface of this river is bubbling with different colours, shimmering, sparkling, shining. And you can see in the distance the shadow of a bridge. And so she continues walking until she reaches the bridge, and it's an old-looking stone bridge with uneven stones, all stacked as if by hand, and as if probably a very long time ago. And so she crosses that bridge, continues on the other side. And as she walks, so she notices that she's starting to enter some woodland. She can hear the rustling of the leaves overhead as the wind blows a very slight breeze. She can hear some sounds of nighttime animals in these woods. The occasional movement of different animals. And something about it she finds deeply relaxing. As she walks through the woods, and she can see in the distance what looks like the glow of some windows, perhaps of a small cabin. And she wonders if this is where she's supposed to be going. And she walks towards that cabin, getting closer to that warm and comforting glow of those windows. And on arrival at the cabin, she knocks gently on the door. And after just a short while, this kind, friendly looking wizard answers the door, dressed in a purple cloak, the hat pulled up onto their head, which seemed unnecessary given they were inside. They saw her looking up above their head, and they commented that they just find it more comfortable when they sat in front of the fire, relaxing, cloak wrapped gently around them, rather than having it stuffed behind their neck, getting in the way. They just pull it up over their head and relax. And the cloak is heavy and hangs around them like the most comfortable blanket. It's an ideal cloak for snuggling and relaxing. And they invite the woman in. And so she heads into the cabin. They gesture for her to sit in a seat by the fire, which is crackling away with shadows dancing around the room, giving off the most comfortable warmth. And they say that they know how she got here. They know that she encountered those two white horses, and that they guided her here. And the wizard then hands her a book and asks her to look through that book. And as she's looking through the book, so they talk to her in the background, talking about mystical beings, about strange goings on, about how this reality here turned to darkness. They explained that fairly recently, some vampires from another land, from a different reality, inadvertently found themselves here. And where they're from, there's no problem. And these vampires are energy vampires. They feed off of energy, and they don't do it on purpose. It's just how they survive. But where they come from has so much energy that they're actually doing a good service. But here, any light given off by the sky, by things around them, just get absorbed by these vampires. And they found themselves trapped here, unable to return. And the woman wonders what she could possibly do to help. Why would she be the one called upon? And they explain that it isn't so much her that's been called upon. It's the ferret. They're very good at scampering, at finding their way through mazes and through small tunnels. And so they may be able to find their way into the location to fix the problem. That the problem is that the portal between worlds, that's like an orb that when touched, it connects all realities to one single point. And depending how you enter that orb and how you leave that orb, depends which reality you go to. That something went wrong with it. And it led to those energy vampires being sucked into this reality. And so it just needs fixing for them to be able to return. And the second it's fixed, they'll return. And the energy will return to the land. The only energy currently here is that which is based on magic. The wizard can use their magic within the cabin. The horses are magical beings, and so they can travel themselves from one reality to the next. But everything else is bound by the laws of the reality it's in. And the wizard stops the woman flicking through the book at a certain page and says, "That's the page you need." And on that page is a map and some directions. And the wizard points to a location and says, "That's where we are. You just have to get over to there." And so the woman asks what needs to be done. And the wizard says the ferret will know when they get there. And so the woman sets off with the ferret, recalling in her mind the route she has to take. She finds herself heading back deeper and deeper through the woodland. The comforting sounds around her. The sound of each footstep she takes. An arm tentatively out in front of her, just to make sure that she doesn't bump into anything. Each step gently taken. and she walks for some time until she finds a marker that she knows is on the route. It's just a tall stone pillar, weathered with time. She knows which direction to turn at that marker, and then carries on walking deeper and deeper through the woodland, until eventually, after what felt like hours of walking, and what feels like night time, although she knows she set off this morning, she arrives at a fairly nondescript mound on the ground, in a very, very, very slight clearing in these woods. She lifts the ferret out from the pouch, places it down on the ground, unhooks the lead, and the ferret dashes into the hole and disappears. And the ferret sniffs and smells and navigates, and down here in these tunnels, the sounds of the woodland are silent. There's just the gentle sound of the underground. It sniffs and scampers and scurries. It finds its way from one tunnel to the next. Feeling like it's got a purpose and it knows where it's going. It can smell its destination. And the smell is a sweet smell. A smell that almost makes it think of food. And in the darkness it continues exploring until it starts to hear a sound like bells tinkling slightly out of tune. And then it turns a corner where there's a slight glow. And in the middle, where many tunnels meet, it sees what looks like a crystal ball, with that tinkling sound that's slightly out of tune, coming from that crystal ball. And the ferret paces around that ball, looks at it from many different angles, nudges it with its nose. And it's a solid crystal ball. But if this is the portal, it's not supposed to be solid. And so the ferret keeps nudging it and finds that this crystal ball is actually made up of thousands of tiny little shards of crystal. And that some of these have somehow come loose and fallen slightly out of sync with the rest, and so the tune, the vibrations through this crystal ball are no longer in harmony. And so it walks around, and with its hearing it picks up on where it notices two slightly different frequencies coming from the ball, and it nudges and nuzzles at the ball. adjusting the bits until it starts sounding harmonious. And then it moves around to the next bit where it can hear it being slightly out of tune, and repeats the same again, nuzzling and nudging that crystal ball until those bits are in harmony. And it repeats this multiple times, and it's unsure how this got knocked out of alignment. But eventually it manages to knock all of the tiny shards of crystal into place. And then the whole ball seems to resonate with a single note. And once it does, it creates a glow that's brighter than it was before. A glow that seems to be almost like having life there. And the ferret notices that now when it nuzzles at the crystal ball, there's nothing to nuzzle at. Its face just goes into the ball, as if it's now no longer solid. And with this, the ferret knows their job's done, and so they find their way back through the tunnels, which are now glowing and more illuminated and easier to navigate. And as it exits the tunnels, so it notices daylight, and the woman's just stood there in daylight, looking shocked, looking surprised, and a little confused and curious about what just happened. And she leans down and picks the ferret up, places the ferret back in the pouch, and then hears a whirring sound and sees those energy vampires flying overhead, swirling and then vanishing from this reality. And she heads back the way she came, but this time it's illuminated. She finds her way back through the woodland, now looking around at the sight before her. The colours of the woodland flowers carpeting the floor of the woodland. The toadstools growing over the ground, on the sides of trees. The different shapes and colours of the leaves of the trees. How different this all looks to woodland she's seen before. And yet, how similar it seemed when it was in darkness to woodland she's experienced at night. And she finds her way all the way back to that cabin. And she's greeted at the cabin by that wizard. And the wizard offers to bake her some food, something for her journey. And she asks for more information about this place. This is the first she'd heard that there are multiple realities all overlaid on top of each other. And she was curious how it worked. And they explained about the portals. And they said that you have some portals that are like these glowing orbs, where they're portals to every reality. But to navigate in and out of them, you have to know what you're doing. But there are other portals that only go to specific realities, and that some of the magical beings, like this wizard, have access and have created these portals where they take a small clipping of the crystal from those glowing orbs, and they plant that small crystal piece in some soil, and they water it and they look after it, they nurture it, and as it grows out of the soil, so it catches the sunlight, and the sunlight splits like passing through a prism. And then the different colours of light infuse with the soil, helping the crystal to grow stronger and larger. And then once the crystal's large enough, they replant it, and they replant it into something that's got a frame, a structure for it to grow within. And as it grows, so every day, they have to adjust it and just carefully nurture it to grow to fill that frame, nudging it sometimes just to touch the frame. And once it touches the frame, it's as if the crystal itself has some level of awareness and knows that it's expected to grow and fill out that frame, and it hugs the side of the frame as it grows, and then it grows from the sides to the middle until it meets itself, and it joins up in the middle and then grows upwards until over time it fills the frame and looks almost like a mirror. And once it's complete and it's filled the frame, so a portal is now made. And they then just cut that from the soil. And you have yourself a mirror portal. But it takes a magical being to be able to do that whole process. And the wizard explains that there's one in this cabin. And these portals not only pass through from one reality to another, but sometimes they can pass through time. And the wizard says that the portal they've got has access to a few different times. If they shine the light onto the portal at the right angle, then a different time is revealed when you step through, as well as a different location. And so, with curiosity, the woman is shown to the room with the portal, and she looks on in awe at this portal before her. The wizard asks if she's got time, would she like to give a little of that time to exploring through the portal. The wizard said that you'll see the portal on the other side as well, looking just like a mirror. And this intrigues her, so she steps through the portal, carefully putting her hand out first of all, and sees her fingers, her hand, her arm passing through the portal, followed by her foot and her leg and then the rest of her. And as she steps out the other side, she finds that she's in a strange location. It turns out this is a small little vintage shop. She seems to be in a changing room. And she walks out of the changing room, opening that curtain, passing out, and sees old-fashioned clothing lining rails around this shop. She looks around this shop with curiosity, and the salesperson asks if she's found what she's looking for, as if she's already been here and that they already know her. And she says she's still just looking. And she sees that one of the changing rooms says that it's out of order. And she just peeks her head around the curtain of that changing room, and it looks just like any other. And she goes and looks at the clothes, and she sees this most beautiful dress. And so she puts the ferret down on the floor. She tries on that dress, picks the ferret up and goes and looks into the changing room that's out of order. Because the changing room that's in order has somebody in it, and when she poked her head in, it didn't look like there was any reason for it to be out of order. But when she went in that changing room, closed the curtain behind her, so she found that something strange happened. She could suddenly hear these different sounds around her. And as she turned and walked out of the changing room, the shop was different. The member of staff dressed differently and a different person. She walked through the door out onto the street, and it was a really old, traditional British street. And she walked up and down a little confused, and went back, and then found that changing in that changing room again, she was now back in the time she left, as if this shop perhaps had more than one portal. And so she decided to say to the member of staff, she'll come back and check in later. She checked on the closing time of the shop and left the shop to have a little look around. And she looked around outside this shop, and everything seemed reasonably normal and straightforward. She walked down the street, found herself going to a little pond, sitting on a bench looking over that pond, seeing a family of swans just gently bobbing their way down the pond, occasionally dunking their heads under the water, then pulling their heads up and watching the way the water beads and rolls down their neck, off their back, their big feet gracefully pushing them through that water. And she watched that for a while, and she could see beyond the pond a group of people on some kind of a course, one of them being very motivational and loud, encouraging the others to get barefoot and then take it in turns to walk across some coals on the ground, glowing and hot. And she watched as each person psyched themselves up and did that fire walking, and she thought to herself, she can't imagine herself ever being that motivated that she would do fire walking. Why would you walk on fire? And after watching for a while, she continued walking and found a gentle river, a small bridge over that river. She stopped on the bridge for a little while, gazing down at the water, the way the sunlight glistens and shimmers on the surface. The trickling sound as the water passed under the bridge. The gentle sounds of birds around, flitting in the trees, the rustling of the leaves. And she walked over that bridge and down the street a little bit, and then she heard a slight humming. And the humming was coming from a small building, and this small building looked like it had been closed up a long time ago. But she found her way into that building with the help of the ferret, which was able to squeeze through a small gap under the door and then shimmy round and up the side, and was able to use its teeth to pry the lock open. And with curiosity and knowing that it's not like she's going to be here again, she followed that humming sound. And in this building, it looked like someone used to live here and perhaps had just gone away. And maybe they'll return. This looked a lot like the wizard's home. But not the wizard's home, but someone very similar to that wizard. And she traced the humming to a mirror. And she pulled a sheet off of that mirror in a cloud of dust. She wafted away the dust with her hand and stepped back a bit as the dust settled, and the mirror was humming. And beneath the mirror, on the frame, was an engraved note saying that this is the kindness portal. And she didn't know what this was, but it sounded good. Anything with kindness probably is. And she reached with a hand, and her hand went straight through, and so she decided to follow. And as she followed, she saw a land that was very different to what she's used to. She saw something marching along, and she couldn't quite make out what it was, and it looked like it was marching along a path. But it stopped at a green, glowing worm in a jar, and looked impatient as it waited. And when that green glowing worm stopped its glow, it continued on. And then other, equally as bizarre creatures were heading back and forth, stopping when the green glowing worms glowed, and starting when the green glowing worms stopped. And so she stopped one of these unusual creatures, and she asked, "What are they and who are they?" And they said that their name is Percy. They contain coins. They have to try and get those coins from A to B. They carry those coins carefully. And they carried on with a jingle as the coins rattled within them. And then they saw a rabbit running past, saying they're nearly out of time, they've got somewhere to be. And then a bull who stopped and introduced themselves, saying their name was Tex. And they leant down and unusually had bizarre antlers that she'd only ever seen on beasts in books that lived hundreds of thousands of years ago. But around one of the antlers was a bracelet, and on that bracelet was a healing crystal just hanging from the bracelet. And they offered her that healing crystal, telling her that if she wears it, it'll bring her good luck and health and well-being. And everyone here, through this kindness portal, seemed so very kind. So she carried on exploring. She made sure she looked around and had an idea of where she had to walk back to. And the ferret was equally as excited to look around. And she approached a village and could see the village clock ticking and tocking up before her in the centre of this village. She saw a little cat which introduced itself as being Pickles. And Pickles said they liked tickles, and so flopped on its back, and she rubbed its belly for a little while, until the ferret looked a bit annoyed at not being the one getting the belly rubs. And after a while of rubbing Pickles' belly, she carried on, and then saw a turtle in boxer shorts, walking very, very slowly across some grass. And it was a little way from the water, going in search of something. And she went over and she asked it whether it needed any help and what it was searching for. And the turtle said that their name is Terry, and that they have misplaced their shell. They put their shell down to go out for a walk, and now they can't find it. And so the woman and the ferret explore and walk with Terry the turtle in search of Terry's shell. And while they walk, so they talk. And Terry says that the nearby river is the most beautiful, healing water you could ever imagine. And they normally live in the water, but from time to time they like to come out, have a little walk around on land, explore and stretch their legs. But it's easy when you're a slow-moving turtle to lose track of time and other things. And eventually they find Terry's shell, and Terry heads into his shell, pops his head in, turns himself around, and his little legs pop out of the shell as he settles himself in and wiggles himself about a little, and his tail wiggles out the back. And he thanks the woman for helping to find his shell. And as a thank you, he says that it'd be quite nice to maybe have a picnic. And so he says, why not go into the town, go down to the village, and go and get some food, and then bring it back here and we'll have a picnic to celebrate finding my shell. And the woman likes this idea, and so she walks down to that village. And there's a village market, different people selling things on different stalls. And she encounters a potato-selling alien that sells her the most delicious jacket potatoes. And she puts them into a basket, and she carries that basket to pick up some other bits. One seller offers her a music box and says that she can use that to be able to play some music for the picnic. A few other people say that they're friends of Terry and wonder if Terry would mind them popping along too. And so what she thought was going to be just her and Terry and her ferret is now going to be a small gathering of these kind and friendly beings. And she heads back for the picnic. And a woman sets up a harpsichord and is playing some music. And she matches the music she's playing with the music that's playing on the music box. And the music box also gives out this sparkling cloud of light in all the colours of the rainbow. And the woman asks about the people stopping and starting when they see the glowworms light up and go dark. And they said, well, you've always got to stop for a green light You've got to make sure that you travel safe. And she realizes it's just one of those things for this world. And as the picnic comes to an end, and the sun here is reaching the horizon, and the sky is turning orange, she begins to head back, says goodbye to all these animals and people. She doesn't know if she'll ever see any of them again, and she finds her way back, heads back through that portal, back out of that building, and then she finds her way back to that shop, through to the portal in the shop, and back to that wizard. And the wizard comments on how long she's been gone, asks if she had a good time and what she did. And they talk for a while about the experience. And the wizard listens with intrigue. And after listening with intrigue, and nighttime starting to set in here, she says that it's probably going to be time she has to figure out how to get home. She's unsure how to do that. And the wizard says, just find your way back to those horses, and they'll be able to give you a ride home. And so she says goodbye to the wizard. The wizard comments on that healing crystal she has on her bracelet and says that that healing crystal can be planted and can grow into your own portal. And the wizard hands her a book and says this will contain all the instructions you need to make that happen, to create your own portal. It'll also give you the instructions for how to imbue that crystal with the knowledge of where you'd like the portal to lead. You don't have to know of the places the portal leads, just of the places you'd like to go. Because everywhere that you can think of, every type of place you can imagine, there's a reality for it. And so she thanks the wizard, takes the book, picks up the ferret again and pops it into her pouch, and sets back off towards the horses. And as the sun is setting here now, so she can see those horses just grazing in the distance, their wings tucked in beside them, and she heads to those horses, and they greet her like old friends. And in her mind, through her journey, she's wondering where she might like to have portals going. And the horses trot along, and then canter, and then burst into a gallop, launching into the air. And then get in line, galloping faster and faster, until, in a flash of light, as the light clears, she finds they're over the fields, and the horses canter down to the fields and settle down in the fields. And as they land in the fields, so their wings fade away. And the horse, with her on the back, heads over to the gap in the hedge, stops near the gap, and she dismounts, and she thanks the horse, and she looks at her watch, and she sees that the bracelet is still on her wrist and that the experience genuinely happened. But her watch is showing that no time has passed. And so she climbs over the fence, says goodbye to the horses, continues her walk with the ferret just for a little while to complete the journey she planned on walking, then heads back home. And she sits down at home. She looks at that book. She works out what she needs to grow a portal. She decides where in her home she can grow that portal. She then writes a list of the items she needs and a list of the steps she has to take. And then, feeling tired, as if she's had an incredibly long day, as night falls, she heads to bed. The ferret curls up at the foot of her bed. She says good night. As the ferret snuggles down, she pulls the blanket up over her, feeling the weight of that blanket tucked around her, hearing the comfort of the room. The occasional sound of nature outside, as her mind drifts and dreams and floats on the wings of sleep, as she settles in and sleeps so soundly, so fully through the night, drifting and floating and relaxing, asleep into Slumberland. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this story in the background, and it's a story about a potter. And this potter lives in a cabin deep in the woods, and they have a little workshop attached to the side of the cabin. And one snowy day, they're sat at their potter's wheel, their foot carefully, rhythmically moving up and down. The whole side of this workshop opened up. They can breathe in the cool, fresh air, feel the breeze of the air on their cheeks, hear the dull sounds in the woodland, softened by the heavy snow. The occasional sound of the branches rustling overhead. Small animals scamper along those branches, and sometimes the dull thud of snow falling from the branches, landing on the woodland floor, as they drift into their mind, with the rhythm of their foot moving, the hands carefully shaping that clay, adding a little water to the hands, adjusting the pressure and the movement, sometimes using the ball of the hands, sometimes the outside of the hands, other times moving the palms back a little to allow the fingertips to do the work, with some of the delicate shaping, almost hypnotically watching that clay growing and spinning, taking on its shape, pulling those hands together ever so slightly, while lifting them up very slowly and carefully, and then pulling the hands out slightly, while moving the thumbs over the top and altering that speed slightly with the foot. And as this potter, you have a level of curiosity about how things are created, how they start as one thing and turn into another, how a seed can grow into a grand oak tree, how a caterpillar can go to sleep and wake up a butterfly, absorbed in the process of crafting that clay, fascinated by the idea that it just starts as a lump, a dry, solid lump, with a coolness to the touch, but with just a few simple steps, it can be worked into something more than it started. And then picking up a wooden stick with a slight point on the end, keeping that spinning going, and carefully, like the needle on a record player, touching certain points on the outside as patterns and lines just appear, almost magically, until that looks just as you want. And when it looks just right, you carefully let the foot slow the spinning down until it comes to a standstill. And you leave that there just for a moment as you get up and go and wash your hands. And so you remove that item you've just created, carefully scoring just underneath it, carefully moving it, putting it aside for a moment. And shortly you'll finish off with that, but first you walk outside. You stand out on the edge of the snow, breathing in the fresh air, seeing the vapor as you breathe out. Seeing off in the distance in the woodland. A white rabbit scampering through the snow, as if it's trying to leap from one point to another without getting its belly cold on the snow. Trying to leap from toe to toe. And you walk a little way out into the snow, feeling that crunching sound underfoot. And you walk slowly, deliberately, so you can really enjoy the sensation and the sound as the snow beneath your feet compacts with each step. Really enjoying nature and the blue sky beyond the woodland. And off to one side, just out of sight in this woodland, is a lake which is almost totally frozen over. And down from the lake a little way is the most beautiful stone bridge. Then you head back in to your workshop. You finish up with the work you were doing. And later that day, as the evening's setting in, you head into your cabin and you're greeted by your cat, weaving its way around your legs, purring, and you can feel that purring from its body through your legs as it touches your legs. And it's breathing in the most relaxed way. And you sit down in the living area. You place down a small ball pit made from an inflatable paddling pool. And then covered with some thick, fluffy fabric. And then filled with small balls. And you throw a couple of balls into the pit, sometimes other items, and the cat jumps in, dives around, finds them, grabs other balls and gets distracted at times. Sometimes rolling onto its back, holding onto a ball and kicking it with its back legs. Other times kicking so hard the ball slips from the front paws, knocks its chin and lands back among the other balls. Then it has to then try and find the same ball again. And from time to time, it'll bring over a ball for you to throw for it and involve you in its play. And the fire in the fireplace slowly burns down to embers, illuminating the room with the most beautiful glow. Until it reaches quite late in the evening and it's dark outside. And you have yourself a sandwich, a slice of cake, before sitting down and beginning to read a book. while you read, so your eyes get heavier and heavier as they scan down each page. And you reach a point where you're a few pages on from the last point you remember. And so you turn back a few pages, get your attention back onto that, and continue reading. But as it gets later and later, so you find it increasingly difficult to continue, to keep reading and keep focusing, often losing your place and having no memory of what you've just been reading, and so needing to jump back a number of pages and then deciding that it's a sign that it's time for bed. And so you head to bed, and the cat follows you, and you settle down for the night. And the next morning, you wake up and you head out, pulling a sled. And you're going to go and get some supplies from the nearby town. And it's a bit of a trek on foot to get there and back. And so you start that journey, you say goodbye to your cat. You do a quick check around your property, and then head out into the cold, and you're wrapped up warm and comfortable. And yet you can still feel the cold on your cheeks. And you can still enjoy the silence that this winter environment brings. And you follow what you know would normally be the path, yet currently the snow hides any sign of the correct path. And you're reminded of a story about a young lad who arrived at a clear area when no one had trodden on the snow, and he knew where the right path was. But he decided, just as an experiment, to tread the wrong path. And so he walked back and forth, treading a wrong path. And then he went and just sat down watching. And he watched as the path got busier and busier, and everyone was following his path, the one he trod, and doing so without paying any attention to the fact it's not the path that's really there. It's one he happened to just create that morning. And people were only following it because they saw it, rather than just following the route that they've taken perhaps for years. As you continue walking and seeing the occasional squirrel scampering along branches, up tree trunks, jumping from tree to tree. Heading through the woods and then down towards the lake, and then over towards that stone bridge, crossing the bridge to the other side. and continuing on towards the town. And as you walk, your mind occasionally wanders, but you continue to wander and wander. Sometimes thinking about those things you need, like running over a shopping list in your mind. Other times, thinking of things of more interest, like what else you'll build, what you'd like to do later on or tomorrow. Perhaps sometimes thinking of the past, but always walking forward. And after some time, by about mid-morning, you can see the beginning of the town, and the snow is far more trodden here, with all the people who arrive and depart. And you're dragging that sled behind you. But as you arrive at the town, it actually becomes harder to pull, because there are areas where all of the snow has been trodden away. And so you rest up that sled and just walk on foot without pulling it. And you'll buy items and you'll bring them back and just place them in there. And it'll be perfectly safe and fine there. And the different people you encounter greet you. And it's such a small town. Pretty much everyone knows everyone else, even those who live around here. You head into a shop and buy some ingredients. You continue on and buy some bits from a bakery. You go to a craft store and buy some items there. And you also decide to go off your shopping list and to just have a look around, see what else you can find. And you can see at the far end of the town is a man sat on a stool with an easel set up, painting a view of that town, the woodland behind it, and the mountains way off in the distance on the horizon. And from his perspective, the sun is off to one side of his picture. And he's in his own world painting that picture. And you walk down to him, you walk around behind him, getting down and taking a look at that painting, at the work he's doing, watching him for a while, looking at the scene he's painting and his interpretation of it. And then you continue going into the different shops, and then going into a small cafe and having a drink. And then going on to a bookstore. And it's a quaint little bookstore with old books. And as soon as you enter, The old book smell wafts through the door. And there's a certain stillness to the silence in this bookstore. An anticipation of stories to be told. And you're always trying to find something new to read, which is often something old to read. And as you look around this bookstore, you find a curious old book with a purple cover and a strange spiral on the cover, and your eyes seem to almost get drawn into that spiral. The lines of the spiral so close that sometimes you think you can see grey between the spirals, but whenever you try and look at the grey, it just looks white. And you open that book and you feel that the cover is actually soft and has a slight velvety feeling to it. But the pages are quite thick and sturdy and mottled, and the writing in it seems handwritten. And yet it's still quite readable. And you can see this book is hundreds of years old. And you can't understand most of the words that you can read. And as you turn through those pages, so you discover, about 10 pages in, the most beautiful ornate artwork painted on a page in this book. And the colours of that artwork are so vivid, almost unnaturally vivid for such an old book. And as you continue turning through the pages, you find another picture, equally as colourful, making you equally as curious. And you decide that this is the book that you like to purchase. You don't know what it says, but you want to be able to look through it. And you want to really be able to take your time looking through it. You can pick up the odd word in it, but it's so old, there are many words you just don't understand. And so you buy that book. You head out of the bookstore, continue walking through the town. The sun now shining brightly down on the town, and despite the air being really cold, your breath being visible before you, you can see the glistening water running down the icicles hanging from the shop fronts and dripping like diamonds to the floor, each one catching a glint of light. You're curious whether it would be possible to take a photograph and time it just right to be able to take a photograph moments after a drop of water has fallen from an icicle, to see that perfect circle hovering beneath that point. As you carry on walking, you fill your sled with everything you've got. You check that that's everything you think you need before starting your journey back the way you came. And as you walk like on the way, you find yourself often lost in thought. Your mind wandering to pleasant experiences and imagining different futures and different worlds. You wonder whether you would be able to paint like that painter, and you're curious to be able to examine the paintings in that book. And it isn't until towards the end of the day that you finally arrive home. Your cat gazing up momentarily on your arrival, opening an eye and then snuggling back down. And you have yourself some food, you pack things away, before sitting down to look through that book. And as you continue to look through the book, you notice the vividness of the different colours on each page, and how each image seems to be of a slightly unusual yet natural looking environment. You have a forest landscape with mountains in the background, and yet the sky has a slight purple tinge to it. You have an ocean with the white water rolling in on the shore, vivid blue sky, deep blue ocean, a golden sandy beach. And yet, there's an octopus seeming to be flying through the sky, looking like it's mid-colour change. Each picture resembles reality. It seems almost like a very natural representation of reality, and yet there's something slightly unusual about it. And you continue turning through the pages, not really reading the words, just catching the occasional word you understand, but really to look at the different pictures. And as you near the back of the book, so you see a waterfall picture, and it looks fairly standard at first. A waterfall, probably in some woodland, flowing down a cliff, stones either side, trees at the top and the bottom. The white spray at the foot of the waterfall, and yet something about the water flowing down seems slightly unusual. There seems to be a slight shimmering colour to that waterfall. Almost like oil floating on water that changes colour slightly depending on the angle you look at it. And this waterfall seems painted in a way that makes that paint look so smooth. The paint almost looks like water, whereas the paint on the other pictures has a slightly lumpier look to it. You can clearly tell it was painted, and you touch that paint with your fingertips, sliding your fingertips gently down the waterfall. And bizarrely, that paint feels slightly wet. But apart from being a curiosity, when you touch your thumb and fingers together and they all feel dry, you don't think much more of it. You think it's just perhaps you becoming over-absorbed in looking through this book. And so you continue to turn through those pages. And as you turn through those pages, so when one of the pages turns, you suddenly just hear an almost imperceptible sound, like a singing bowl has just been struck. And it's that kind of sound where you don't fully know whether you just heard something or whether it was just a moment in your mind. And so the thought quickly leaves you as you continue turning the pages. But then when you get a certain number of pages through, the same thing happens again, only this time that singing bowl sounds louder. And the sound of it lingers long enough for you to be consciously aware that you definitely heard it, because you're still hearing it. And you don't know where it's coming from. And you close up that book, keeping a finger on that page, holding the front of the book with a thumb and the rest of your hand holding the back of the book. And you stand up and you wander around, taking a look, trying to figure out where that singing bowl sound is coming from. But wherever you go in your property, it doesn't get louder or quieter. The sound stays the same. You even though you think it's perhaps an unusual idea, place the book up beside your head to see if the sound was coming from the book. But the sound doesn't seem to be coming from anywhere, it just seems to be. And now, as you've been searching a while, it obviously fades. And so you just go and sit back down, curious what's going on. And you continue looking through the book. And at an even-spaced number of pages again, the sound happens again, only this time there's more to it. There's not just one sound of a singing bowl. There seems to be multiple bowls sounding around you, and then the gentle, distant sound of an orchestra. Not an orchestra in full swing of a song, but that sound of an orchestra before they start playing. And because it's coming from all around you, you have this feeling like perhaps it's outside of the cabin. And so you walk out of the cabin, and you can hear that orchestra sound. You can see the stars overhead, the familiar sights of the different constellations, twinkling and sparkling, the occasional shooting star fizzing overhead. And the sound is coming all around you, but you still can't pinpoint where from. And you see in the darkness the most beautiful, friendly looking white wolf just sitting there on the edge of the woodland, as if being a guardian of you and your cabin and this experience you're having. And you head back in and close the door. And in the darkness, you turn on some soft lights. You turn on some fairy lights that are up, lining a bookshelf, a small lamp, and you sit back down for a minute, continuing to look through the book. And then you mark a page with a bookmark, closing the book for a moment. You get a pad and you write on that pad with a purple fountain pen. As that fountain pen moves so gently over the page, writing your script down. And you write down a bit about the experience you're having, thinking this is something that perhaps you might want to be aware of and remember, or maybe even confirm that it was a real experience, that you can just look and see, yes, it was real because I wrote it down and I remember writing it. And then you get back to that book, and something begins to change. The cabin around you starts to go fuzzy, as if it's disappearing, and a new reality begins to form. And you hear a slight buzzing sound, like changing a TV channel, as the cabin phases out of this reality, and then you find yourself in a new reality. And the book is no longer in your hand, the chair's no longer there, you're just standing in the middle of a forest at night time. And you look around you, you can see how inky dark the night sky here is compared to the sky you just looked at. You can see fireflies flitting around, dancing between the trees. And there's a bizarre glowing path. And so you begin to just follow that path, noticing that lining the path are tufts of glowing grass and glowing mushrooms and each step on the path you take, which between the glowing sides looks almost jet black, seems to respond to each footstep, as if the kinetic energy triggers the grass beneath each step to glow, and it remains glowing for a short period of time. And so, as you continue walking, if you look back, you see the brightest footsteps are the ones you've just taken, and they peter out in the direction you've just come. The 8 to 10 footsteps back, they're barely visible, and that fading footsteps are gradually moving towards where you're stood. And you continue walking, leaving footprints in this path. And you're unsure where this path leads, why you're here, how you got here. But you continue walking anyway. Curiosity drives you on, and you have this deep sense of how safe this environment is, like something's watching over you to make sure you don't lose your way, and that you follow this path to the destination. But as you follow this path, you find that it ends at a tree. And it's a very wide, very tall tree. And you walk up to that tree, and there's a slight warmth given off by the tree. You run your fingertips around the bark of the tree until you find a loose bit of bark that your fingers catch in slightly. And as they do, they move that bit of bark, and a door springs open. And you carefully, with a slight creak, pull that door open and step inside and find there's a descending staircase. And so you descend down that staircase, all the way down, following those steps deeper and deeper under this tree. The silence almost feeling heavy around you, like the most comfortable blanket wrapping you up in peace and harmony. And within that silence, you have this feeling that it somehow links back to the frequencies of a singing bowl. And at the base of this tree, deep beneath that tree, you walk out into the most cozy looking room, and hovering in this room is a green fairy, her wings buzzing gently behind her, so fast that you can barely tell that she has wings. It's just a slight blur around the back of her, and she welcomes you, says that she's glad you've come here, that you've been expected, and you ask why and how did you get here. And she explains that the book you picked up was painted and written with specific magical ink. And when you touched the waterfall with your fingertips, The water that was painted with the most colourful ink, the most magical ink. The ink infused through your fingers, transporting you to the land the ink came from. And the experience will only last a short while. As the ink dissipates. But that's long enough here for you to explore and learn, to discover something new you didn't know. And the fairy shows you through to another door. She opens that door, and it's a small door, and you have to crouch all the way down to be able to exit through this door. And as you exit through this door, it's like daytime again. But daytime in a whole new land. Not the land you took here, or the location you came from. It's a vast open plain with a beautiful river running through it. And you can feel the ground vibrate as you notice a mammoth come into view. And as you turn to look at the mammoth, you see there's a whole herd of mammoths. And they get so close. You reach out and you touch the side of that mammoth, barely reaching up to the top of its leg. Your hand running through the pelt of that mammoth as you look around you and see this unusual world. And the fairy is flying off a little way in front of you, and so you follow. She seems to be directing you somewhere. And as she directs you, she tells you there are some bits you might want to gather up, that you might just find interesting, and says that it would be good if you had a basket to do so. And so she flies down among the grass, and you see her flitting around in that grass, the grass waving and weaving as she cuts bits of grass down and pulls grass down, and then weaves the most beautiful basket with the grass. And she hands you that basket and tells you to carry that with you as she takes you down by the river, and you follow that river a little way. And then you notice that that river, as it descends down a cliff, is the same one from that picture. As you descend down the side of the river and you turn and look back, and the way the sunlight here in this unusual place catches the water makes it seem to glow with all the colours of the rainbow. But something about your eyes here expands those colours out. And she explains that most of the creatures here have even more receptors and detect very different colours of a very different experience. And while you're here, you see this world as they do, because you're here in an unusual way. And she goes on to explain that when you thought that everything went hazy and your reality disappeared. That's not technically how it happened. Everything went hazy because you, as a consciousness, temporarily disappeared. That it would be unrealistic to expect an entire reality to vanish. So reality there is still there. Reality here is here. And your consciousness is made up of energy. It's just information moving around. And so that has just moved elsewhere. It's just shifted slightly from the frequencies of one reality into the frequencies of another. And that in the reality you came from, it's almost like the body, the mind, is just on pause for a moment. As you're here, exploring, the ink just allowed you to alter your state. And so now you're here, seeing this reality as it is seen by those here. And your consciousness has created an image of what your body would be like here for you, and phased into this reality. Everything here sees you as you see you. And things you do here, you can take back with you. Because this specific reality has a certain level of magic to it, which is why that ink was found here and used there. And as the fairy talks, so she occasionally picks different plants and tells you that you might want to introduce these to your home, just to the inside of your home. And she makes some slight cuts to them so they won't be able to spread any pollen or do any more than be something decorative when back in your reality. And you ask about those paintings, about the drawings, whether they're of real places like this waterfall, and if so, did the author see them before? And the fairy says that the author had visited this place, and so all of those pictures are real locations here, and they're all in reach. And she's taking you to one now. As she veers off, cuts through the forest here, saying that she's cutting out a corner of this river. It flows down to the coast, and on arrival at the coast, you exit the forest, and the sun here is beginning to set, and you see the purple of the sky. And then you see what looks like a rock formation near the cliffs, almost looking like it's breathing. But then you notice it rises up into the air and changes colour as it rises. And you notice that it's an octopus similar to the one that you had seen in the drawing, lifting from the rocks, flying up into the sky, moving slow and graceful. You see some lizards darting into some holes for the night as the warmth of the sun fades. And you continue exploring. And that fairy guides you along the coast. And you can see along the coast as you hear the way the water rolls into the shore what looks like a small campfire and a small little camp. And you head over towards that, and the fairy introduces you and tells you that this sage is the wisest being in the land. And they already know your name, and so they greet you and talk to you as if they already know you. And they hand you a journal, and they tell you it's the journal of the person who wrote that book, of their experiences when they explored this land. Only this journal, being from this magic place, instantly translates into writing that you can read and fully understand. And the journal will help you understand the book, as they tell the same story of this adventure. And then they hand you a small origami bird, and they tell you to place that on your windowsill, and that will let the creatures of the woodland and the higher beings know that you have this interdimensional connection and the means to psychically travel through the dimensions, and you'll be able to explore those dimensions. But rather than currently just touching that ink and going to the one other dimension where the ink came from, they're going to give you something which can help you to be able to move from one dimension to another through more than just these dimensions. It'll be a guide who will be able to support you, be with you. And all you have to do is whisper its name, and the consciousness of that guide will be there. And this sage hands you a small teddy bear. And then the sage tells you that secret word. And you then lean over and you whisper that secret word to the teddy bear. And in a slight haze, the teddy bear suddenly seems to have a cape and become conscious. And it greets you and meets you and introduces itself. And any time, you don't need them to be around. They just travel back in consciously from this location to wherever they want to be, but they have a connection with that teddy bear that's inert when it just sits there but becomes the guide. When you whisper that word and want it to be there for you, and as the guide, you can hold that teddy bear or it can hold you. And when you have contact, the two of you fall into the same frequency and can then travel through different universes, through different realities. And so then you begin to make your way back, guided by that green fairy. And you feel things beginning to shift for you. And the fairy explains you're finding your way back to your reality and to remember everything here. And as everything goes fuzzy and hazy around you, so you find reality shifting, and you find yourself back in that chair, cat on your lap, the book beside you, and that teddy bear sat on a chair to one side of you. And you wonder whether it was just a dream, but then there's a teddy bear. And as you look around, you then notice that grass basket on the floor beside the chair, containing flowers. And you place those flowers into vases and put them around your cabin. And then you notice writing appearing in the mist on the window, just saying, remember the experience. And with that, you find the journal just sitting on a side in front of the window. And you pick up that journal, and on the first page it says, to the reader, connect with me and write your name here. And so you pick up that fountain pen, you sign your name in that journal. You then begin to look through the journal, reading the experiences of the author before heading to bed, knowing you've got a lot to look forward to in the future. As you begin to drift asleep, and it's very late at night, you hear a sound of a duck quacking way off in the distance, probably down near the lake. The very slight sounds from the woodland outside. As you turn over and rest your head on the pillow, and you place one hand slightly under the pillow, you feel something under the pillow. You notice it's that origami bird, and so you fold that out so that it can stand up. You go and place it on a window in view of the outside, curious about how that'll shape the experiences for you in the future, before then settling down again in bed, your mind going over the experiences as you drift and float so peacefully, so soundly asleep into into Slumberland.